Orders of the day, ordre du jour.
Orders of the day, ordre du jour, resuming consideration of a motion respecting Senate amendments to Bill C-35, the Canada Early Learning and Childcare Act.
Resuming debate, reprise de débat. The honourable member for Calgary-Nose Hill.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. It's a pleasure to rise in debate today on the Early Learning and Childcare Act, as well as amendments sent to this place from the other place. So many things to speak about today, since this bill is back before the House. First of all, the amendment that the Senate has sent back to us relates to the importance of linguistic duality. Madam Speaker, my maiden name is Godin. Michel Godin. And, you know, whenever I talk about, this is the first time I've had the opportunity to talk about early childhood learning. And, you know, my father, Claude Godin, he may or may not be watching this today. I just would like to take an opportunity to say, I wish I would have had his French language skills imparted to me. That would have been great. It would have been really nice to have my French heritage given to me, because it would have saved me a lot of learning here, and it would have given me a better sense of connection to my culture, my country, and the importance of linguistic duality. And in fact, it's been through my time in Parliament, being able to interact from colleagues from Francophone areas in the country, interacting with Francophone constituents, that has imparted in me how important it is for children in our country to have opportunity, to have access to education, early education in the language of their choice. And that's why I think it is so important for this bill, or this amendment, to be debated here today. I found it really unfortunate. I'm looking at my colleague's comments from Portneuf-Jacques-Cartier. He spent a lot of time in debate making a lot of points that I agreed with. He found it unfortunate that the Liberal government was against this amendment, that it had to go to the Senate, and now it's back here and we're having to debate the importance of this. And I just want to say that this was really a lost opportunity for the Liberal government. They could have dealt with this in the first iteration of this bill. And my colleague from Portneuf-Jacques-Cartier, he raised the point in the in-house debate that, you know, does this actually raise questions about the government's commitment to linguistic duality? And, you know, as somebody, again, who has a very personal experience with understanding why it is so necessary for Canadians to have access to linguistic duality in education from an early age, I would agree with those comments. So there we are. There are other issues, Madam Speaker, that have come to light about this bill since it was last debated in this place, and I'd like to speak on behalf of my constituents in Calgary-Nose Hill, particularly with regard to challenges in implementation of the bill that were raised in previous debates that the government did not address prior to implementation, that are now really coming to light. They're really made real, and they're impacting parents. So when this bill was last debated, many of my colleagues raised concerns that it could have a perverse outcome, that it could actually reduce the amount of childcare spots in the country, and we are starting to see that happen. At the end of January, there were several articles that came out after Alberta childcare facilities took part in rolling closures to protest the $10 a day program. And it's not that these facilities oppose affordable childcare. They oppose the fact that the government's implementation of this bill did not foresee or did not take into consideration the costs that they would have to absorb, making it unaffordable for them to deliver services to their clients, parents. So Actually, the Association of Alberta Childcare Entrepreneurs said that the job action, the rolling closures, were meant to draw attention to issues that come with offering parents low-cost childcare without ensuring that the cost of delivery is still covered. It's been underfunded from the beginning, said Crystal Kircher, the chair of the Association of Alberta Childcare Entrepreneurs. There is not enough funding to ensure that the level of quality is going to be continuing on. So, again, my concern at the front has been, and as I put on the record before, the Conservatives support access to affordable childcare. That's not in question. The way that the Liberal government has structured this program has become overly bureaucratic and has not adequately valued the labor of childcare in all of its forms. When I last spoke on this bill, Madam Speaker, I talked about the fact that the way that the bill is structured, the way that the funding mechanism is structured, it does not give access to parents who may work in the gig economy. They may have hours that aren't conventional 9-to-5 jobs. It does not provide for access to childcare for people in those situations in an adequate way. Also, people in rural communities are also having similar situations, and frankly, it also doesn't adequately value the labor of childcare provided by parents, grandparents, extended family members, neighbors who may pool childcare resources to take care of one another's children or grandchildren because of the lack of affordable childcare spaces in other ways. But that caregiving component, Madam Speaker, has no value on it under this Liberal government. We need to, if we are going to, in Canada, as a pluralism, a very diverse country, a very regionally diverse country, ethnically diverse country, economically diverse country, if we are going to maintain the unity of our pluralism, we can't set forward principles on childcare that don't universally value the labor of childcare provision equally. And this bill does not do that. And in spite of all the time that the Liberals have had to enhance these offerings, they've failed to do so. And to me, that speaks to a lack of creativity, a lack of innovation, and a worn-out government that has really overstayed its welcome. When I think about especially younger Canadians in my constituency, work for them looks a lot different than work looked for their parents or their grandparents. The reality is that somebody seeking a spot under the Liberals' current formula under this bill, if they're working shift work or in the gig economy, they're not going to have the same access to care that somebody who, let's say, is providing professional services, bankers, lawyers, that are working traditional 9-to-5 hours. And frankly, those people are also in position of privilege because they've usually had a different level of education. They have access to networks that other people might not to get into these childcare facilities. And that doesn't speak to universality in valuing the labor of childcare. And what I fear, Madam Speaker, is because the government has failed to correct these deficiencies in the way that the bill is currently outlined, that as we start measuring the outcomes of the spending over, let's say, a 2, 5, 10-year period, that we are going to see a big disparity, a big delta between, let's say, bankers and lawyers who have the networks to get into a childcare spot and work 9-to-5 hours versus people who are working multiple jobs in a gig economy and who are already having trouble making ends meet. So with that, I also want to talk about the fact, I did read through the debate on this amendment that happened earlier this week, and I noted that the minister talked about how she purported that this bill provided transparency to Canadians on outcomes, and it does nothing of that. I want to actually outline what the government must do this. The government, I'm going to put this on the record now because I know a future parliamentarian will want these figures. I bet the parliamentary budget officer will want these figures. The Auditor General may want these figures because we need to be able to manage value for money, right? The government has talked a lot about spending on this bill, but they're not talking about the opportunity cost of how this spending could perhaps have been used in a different structure to provide better universality of care for Canadian parents. So in terms of transparency, as a parliamentarian, there's data points that I cannot find. So for example, how many children are currently enrolled in a $10 a day spot in total and broken down by province or territory? It is impossible for parliamentarians to find out the number of children that have access to the spot and then measure it against the needs in a region, right? So if we're able to, if we want to be able as parliamentarians to measure the efficacy of this large amount of spending, then we should be able to have access to that data. The other concern that I have is that there is no data that's been provided on the average income of parents who have the $10 a day spot. The government has not put means testing in this bill, and I am concerned that these spots will be disproportionately going to higher income Canadians as opposed to lower income Canadians or Canadians that might be in the gig economy or in shift work. And the fact that the government isn't measuring this and isn't talking about this tells me that we are going to have a problem in the future. The other piece of data that we don't have is how many $10 a day spots are for flexible childcare outside of the hours between 9 a.m. and 5 p.m. If the government wants to stand up and say that this bill will provide universal access to childcare, then again, as I said earlier, it should take into consideration all the forms of work and work arrangements that we see in Canada, which frankly, we're starting to see a major shift in economic modality in the country. You know, the days of, I still feel like there are many people in the public service who perhaps might be providing advice to the government who are saying, well, let's structure it around a 9-to-5 job because that is what they know. They know 9 to 5 hours. But the reality is outside of government, there are 9 to 5 hours are few and far between now, Madam Speaker. And even people who have 9 to 5 jobs, because of the inflationary crisis, are having to pick up second or even third jobs, right? We know a lot of people who might be working in a $40,000 or $50,000 a year traditional 9 to 5 office job, but then are driving Uber in the evening, Uber Eats, whatever. There are a lot of people who have side hustles who could have access to income and economic productivity who don't have access to childcare under this formula. The other key component that the government, I do not feel, is measuring adequately speaks to the problem in Alberta that I just mentioned. How many additional childcare workers are needed to achieve the amount of spots that the government promised would be created? So I have not seen the government provide any sort of analysis to show that there's an adequate plan in place to both train and retain childcare workers to provide the services that they've promised. There's a lot of money going into this bureaucracy and the creation of this bureaucracy, but if we don't have the labor to provide the services, then it's all for naught. And, Madam Speaker, I'd also point out if the government's not doing this analysis and not projecting forward on it, this problem is going to be compounded as we see an aging baby boomer population, and there are many people in my generation who are now feeling squeezed between parental care and child care, and in some cases grandchild care. So as we see more of a demand for care for seniors, we are subsequently going to see that's going to be competitive labor for childcare. And the government needs to be measuring those statistics in order for Parliament to be able to determine whether or not this is an adequate or a right expenditure, because this is not a cheap program. Again, you know, speaking to the concerns raised by childcare workers in Alberta, the government has not been transparent on the average wage of a childcare worker who provides $10 a day daycare. So again, why is this data necessary? Well, first of all, it's necessary to determine whether or not the government is considering fair wage in the context of $10 a day daycare provision, number one. Number two, it's needed to ensure that when we are looking at labor supply over a long period of time, that we have the data on what the wage, at least what the wage floor would be, so that cost and potential cost overruns or cost expansion of this problem or program could be adequately assessed. And provincial governments are going to need this data as well, too. The last component, too, is that, if we're seeing an average wage to fill these positions need to be much higher than what the government has forecasted, there's going to be, the government won't have adequately costed out the entirety of the program either, which also puts burden on provincial governments. The other components of data that the government haven't provided in their analysis or to Parliament, and I don't think they're measuring at all, are how many of the $10 a day spots are located in urban areas versus rural areas. I think that the government has, through many different policies, created more of a wedge between urban and rural Canada when they should be trying to knit these parts of the country together for national cohesiveness, for economic outcome, and just for social cohesion. So to create a disparity between availability of childcare in urban versus rural areas is wrong, and the government should be providing data to the public on whether or not that disparity exists, and if it does exist, how they plan to correct the program so that that delta doesn't get worse over the years. I also think that the fact that the government hasn't been forthcoming in the fact that, it doesn't seem like they care about tracking this information. They didn't put any of this information forward in committee study. Their tone and tenor on the debate has been, this is the only way for the state to have a role in childcare in Canada, is fundamentally flawed. But the extent of that flawed nature can only be measured with this data. And Madam Speaker, I think that's why they are hiding it from Canadians. So I just want to take, for the record, extreme exception to the minister's comments that somehow this bill was providing transparency. It's a very Orwellian thing she said. None of this data is available to the public. Childcare, labor unions, childcare providers, and parents need to have this data to plan for the future. And I'll just close with this, Madam Speaker. We are going to see over the last several years, over the last 8 years, we've seen an unprecedented cost of living crisis in this country that has been exacerbated and made worse by the extreme level of deficit spending by the Liberal government. And in so many situations, we've just seen abject waste. $250 million to a company that has 2 employees, that has done no IT work, and is, in the basement of a cottage. How many other things like that have we seen? The We Charity scandal. There has just been so much waste with this government that any expenditures that the government is making now has to be evaluated with rigorous data against the outcomes of what the government is purporting the program to do. And my concern, based on what we've seen in Alberta, the lack of transparency on data, and the lack of principle of universality, is that the government cannot be making the inflationary crisis worse by putting forward expenditures that are not directly impacting in a positive way every person in this country. So that's why data is so important. And, Madam Speaker, the government does have an obligation to parents to address the inflationary crisis. We can talk about childcare all we want, but the reality is childcare is one of many issues that Canadians are facing that they weren't facing 8 years ago. Out of control mortgage prices, out of control rent prices, not even being able to buy a bag of groceries for less than $100. These are all things that make children unaffordable. And, as we see global fertility rates, as we are going to need to ensure that we are incenting Canadians to have children and addressing a wide variety of issues around that, affordability writ large has to be a broader part of a bigger part of the conversation. So, Madam Speaker, again, I am dismayed that the government does not have better data on these outcomes. I'm dismayed that they have not addressed the concerns of childcare operators in my province, and I certainly hope that the government will be doing a better job of this so that future governments won't have to correct their mistakes that Canadians will have paid for. Thank you.
Hear, hear.
Questions and comments? The honourable member for Avalon.
Thank you, Madam Speaker, and I want to thank the member opposite for her speech this morning on this vital bill and vital support to constituents and Canadians as a whole. I wonder, like, my office is getting calls from parents saying there's no spaces available. It's great to have $10 a day daycare, but you need the spaces for the kids to be able to go there. It's people who at one time would probably have a neighbour look after the child, or an aunt, an uncle, a grandparent. But the $10 a day daycare allows kids to be with kids and to enjoy that kind of camaraderie, I suppose, to a certain extent. But I wonder, is she hearing the same things at her constituency office that I'm hearing at mine?
The honourable member for Calgary Nose Hill.
Well, I guess it's an Atlantic Canadian and Alberta problem. Again, just to reemphasize what my colleague said, the problem is so acute in my province that unions that are representing childcare workers are saying that they might have to close facilities because of the inadequacies in the way that this funding program, this bill was structured. So it is incumbent upon the government to address that. But also, to my colleague's point, childcare it's not a homogenous thing. We can't expect it to be a homogenous thing, because parents will raise their children according to their values, according to their traditions, and according to their economic circumstances. So we can't present 9 to 5, $10 a day daycare as a panacea. We have to value the labor of childcare, be it provided, by somebody next door, a grandparent, a parent, equally. And this bill does not do that.
Questions et commentaires. L'honorable député.
The honourable member for Drummond. Thank you, Madam Speaker, and thank you to my Conservative colleague for her speech. The public child care system in Quebec has stood the test of time and has allowed many women to return to work quickly. And without that, a lot of women would have missed out on some very interesting careers. What the government is now proposing is said to be based on the Quebec program, which has proven it to be a success over the years. My question for my colleague is, what are the differences between what the federal government is proposing and what is going to make the federal program ineffective when Quebec's is so effective? The honourable member for Calgary Nose Hill.
I would point my colleague to the substance of the amendment which we are debating today. I find it disappointing that the Liberal government did not demonstrate a commitment to linguistic duality in the first instance of the bill. The other place had to propose an amendment to correct that, which I'm sure is as important to my colleague as it is to me. The other thing I would like to do, since I have the opportunity, is to thank the hardworking people of Alberta who have contributed to the equalization program for so many years, providing opportunities for provinces who may have benefited from that program. Thank you, Madam Speaker.
The honourable member for Yorkton Melville.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. We hear constantly across the floor how this government supports small business, and yet I know in my riding and in rural Canada, businesses exist that are there for daycare, and they are really struggling because they are not recognized as valued in this whole process. They offer various hours, and they are in their communities where shift work is a real challenge. So I would just like her to clarify again how important it is that this government take another look at the importance of being all-inclusive with their program.
I love this question because it gives Parliament an opportunity to thank the unsung heroes of Canada, home-based daycare operators. It's usually someone on a cul-de-sac or in a community in an apartment block who takes in children of the neighborhood, allowing them to play and grow up together, putting in long hours, being flexible for parents, and really being the neighborhood mom or dad or grandma or grandpa. And the fact that the government has not recognized that foundational part of Canadian culture, which frankly, I mean, it also is part of our pluralism. You know, I grew up in a very multicultural street, very cultural diversity on my street where I grew up with kids, and grandparents would share childcare duty. That's how we got to know one another. And this is such an important component. And again, I want to underscore, Madam Speaker, that this bill does not truly provide the concept of universality in childcare. It does not value all forms of childcare equally, particularly those forms of childcare that my colleague mentioned, those small home-based businesses that have provided income for so many people, and also just like a lifeline for support, a trusted place to provide childcare that's close to home. So, thank you to them, and frankly, shame on the government for not recognizing the value that they provide in an adequate way.
Hear, hear.
Questions and comments? The Honourable for Nunavut.
Mayor Okaptitiye, and I'd like to thank the member for her intervention. I don't see in this bill how those individuals that she talks about are being actually prevented from accessing these programs. Can she tell us where in this bill she's seeing that impact by not creating that equality? Because what I do see is that equality will be better achieved because of things like what it's going to do for Indigenous families and how Indigenous families can better support each other so that Indigenous women can also enter the workforce.
The Honourable for Calgary Nose Hill.
I agree with my colleague that in any program that is seeking to provide universality, equality of access for Indigenous persons has to be paramount. But to your question about whether or not this bill provides true universality, it doesn't, because grandparents who might be providing unpaid labor at home are not valued in this bill. The parent that is working in the gig economy or shift work is likely not to have access to these spots, or part-time is likely not to have access to these spots. In fact, I think it's going to be high-income Canadians who work 9-to-5 jobs who are going to have access to these spots and push out access to lower-income Canadians who need it the most. The government has put no sort of safeguard in this bill to develop that or to safeguard that at all, and that's problematic. Also, I fundamentally believe that the way that this bill is structured, it undervalues the labor of childcare, even those providing those spots for 9-to-5 jobs, as we're seeing in my home province of Alberta with rolling closures. So in no way, shape, or form does this bill achieve true universality. My party, my colleagues firmly believe that the provision of childcare should be valued in all of its forms, and that parents should have access to the workforce through access to affordable childcare. This bill, though, it leaves a lot to be desired.
Questions et commentaires. L'honorable député de Laurentides.
The Honourable Member for Laurentides-Labelle. Thank you, Madam Speaker. I'm really astounded, and this is more of a comment than anything else. It's hard for me to accept that after 25 years of what we've proven in Quebec and the impact that's had on women, how is it that my colleague opposite is trying to find little cracks in this whole idea? I really wonder if she truly understands the early childhood centres in Quebec.
Again, I voted in favor of this bill, but 2000 called and it wanted its childcare program back. This is not a bill that acknowledges the current economic reality in any part of our country, the changes in how people work. A bill that was developed to provide childcare in 2000, there's been many gains made. Our pluralism has grown and changed in so many ways. This bill truly does not recognize how diverse our country is, how people work. It doesn't recognize the differences between urban and rural communities. It doesn't recognize the labor of parents who might have, or grandparents who might be attempting to come to the country to provide childcare for recent new Canadians. And so, while this is the role of Parliament is to look at current economic conditions and see where the football's going, Madam Speaker, and try to make sure that government expenditures are addressing the needs of the population not 20 years ago, but today and into the future. And if we know that how people are working has changed, then it's incumbent upon us to ensure that the program reflects that. And again, this is why it's so important for the government to be tracking the data I mentioned.
Yeah.
Resuming debate, the honourable member for Nepean.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. I'll be sharing my time with the member for Milton. We all know that affordability is a top-of-mind topic, so let's consider early learning and childcare through that lens. Before the early learning and childcare agreements with all provinces and territories were finalized, daily childcare fees range from $20 to $48 a day per child. Those dollars could go a long way in a grocery store or to keep children active in sports or other activities. Childcare fees have been dropping across Canada, and we are continuing to work hard with our provincial and territorial colleagues to meet our March 2026 goal of $10 a day on average fee for children under the age of 6 in a licensed childcare. Affordable childcare means hundreds of dollars every month in the pockets of Canadians of all income levels. Affordable childcare means money for nutritious meals on the table as the prices at grocery store remain high. Affordable childcare means money for clothing and other necessities. Caroline Ferns, the Ontario Coalition for Better Childcare policy coordinator, put it perfectly. Quote, affordable childcare is life-changing for families and for our communities, she said. It is great to see the collaboration between the federal and provincial governments making that a reality for Ontario families, unquote. And of course, it is not just a reality for Ontario families, it is a reality for every family in Canada with young children, whoever they are, wherever they live, and regardless of their income level. Let me share with you just few of the testimonials parents have taken the trouble to write to the members and the government as they realize the financial relief affordable childcare is bringing to them. Most are accompanied by expressions of enthusiasm and emphasis, such as multiple exclamation points or capital letters. Quote, my daughter on Vancouver Island found out yesterday that her daycare will be charging $10 per day. This is huge for families. Thank you to the federal and provincial government for collaborating on this excellent legislation. It truly puts families first, unquote. Quote, just paid our January daycare fees, under $500. This is a 55 reduction from last year. This is going to make a huge difference for so many families. The third one, our infants' daycare fees have dropped $500 per month, and on the 26th, at her 18th month anniversary, it will drop an additional $200 per month. Probably one of the largest pieces of legislation to personally affect me in my lifetime. The other one, I won't benefit from this as my kids are grown, and I remember paying $650 per month for childcare on a salary of $1,200 per month back in the 80s. But I am so very, very happy that young families are benefiting from this. The last one, it was absolutely surreal to see my daycare fees drop from a high of $167.25. As of January, we will be paying less than 50% of that, on a path to $10. Madam Speaker, it is clear from these and many other social media posts and interviews and commentary that families in Canada are thrilled and in many cases astonished that affordable early learning and childcare is finally here. The Government of Canada has made historic investment of nearly $30 billion over 5 years to build a Canada-wide early learning and childcare system. We have done so in collaboration with provincial, territorial, and Indigenous partners, all of whom deserve enormous credit for their willingness to work together to give every child in Canada the best possible start in life. And in doing so, Madam Speaker, bringing relief, financial and emotional relief to millions of families from coast to coast to coast. Childcare fees have been reduced across the country, and by 2025-26, the average fee for regulated childcare spaces across Canada will be $10 a day. As families across the country are realizing, there are no losers here. It is a financial win for families, regardless of their income level. Since 2015, the Government of Canada has delivered real improvements to make life more affordable for Canadians. There is no better example than the progress we have made on this new ELCC system. As of 2025-26, a minimum of $9.2 billion will be provided every year on an ongoing basis for affordable early learning and childcare and Indigenous early learning and childcare. Madam Speaker, the return on this investment for families with young children is obvious and supported by evidence. Of course, we can look to the overwhelming success of the Quebec early learning and childcare system, which is now ingrained into the social fabric of that province. When we speak about affordability, it is perfectly appropriate to ask whether the country as a whole can afford it. The answer is resounding yes. This is a plan to drive economic growth, to increase participation in the workforce, especially among mothers who want to pursue professional ambitions or further their educations to get better paying jobs. It is one of the many investments the Government of Canada remains committed to, investments that increase our economic growth and Canadians' quality of life. Independent studies show that our early learning and childcare system could raise real GDP by as much as 1.2% over the next 2 decades. Further, a range of studies have shown that for every dollar spent on early childhood education, the broader economy receives between $1.50 and $2.80 in return. That would be a huge return on our early learning and childcare investment. Madam Speaker, we are hearing loud and clear how thrilled families are that their governments have joined together to bring them significant financial relief. And doubtless, many are beginning to wonder why we waited so long. It is another fair question. As other colleagues have said, in passing this legislation, we will be promising the best possible start in life to future generation of children in Canada. We are on the brink of making history, of cementing together these wonderful provincial and territorial agreements into an enduring testament to our commitment and caring. When we eventually leave office, we can do so with the pride and satisfaction in knowing that we were all part of this great lasting achievement. I urge colleagues to give a quick passage to Bill C-35. Thank you, Madam Speaker.
Questions and comments? The Honourable Member for Bruce Grey Owen Sound.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. I think it's pretty obvious with the way the bill passed the first time through the House that the House does recognize the importance of childcare in this country, and we're all in agreement with the intent. However, I raised in my speech last year, and it's something that's really come to the forefront of one of the challenges with the current agreements is the impact it's having on the lack of labor and lack of early childhood educators that are being pulled out of the pre- and aftercare programs that are helping so many parents to allow to work and it's to fill the demand for the full day care. And I know it's impacted my riding in Bruce Grey Owen Sound. I know it's impacted even here in Ottawa, where now parents that had kids enrolled in pre and aftercare programs are now tied where they can have to drop their kids off not before 9 in the morning, they got to pick them up by 3:30 in the afternoon. Really hard to find a 6-hour job, and be able to make a living. So I'm just wondering if the members heard the same things in his riding.
L'honorable député de Nepean.
The Honourable Member.
Speaker, one thing, the families in Nepean are overwhelmingly supportive of this program because they see the benefit that these programs bring to their families, like allowing them the funds required to help the child undertake some sports activities. It has helped the families, it has helped especially the mothers free themselves, and they can go back into the workforce. And some of the mothers I know that they are using this program that can help them get educated better for better quality jobs.
Questions et commentaires. L'honorable.
The Honourable Member for Laurentides-Labelle. Thank you, Madam Speaker. I would like to make a comment to my colleague. I very much appreciated his speech. For many years, I was president of the La Fourmilière Daycare Center. We allowed women to join the workforce or rejoin the workforce. We also contributed to decreasing poverty. And at daycare centers, we prepare children for educational success. Children without daycare, they don't have the right education and the right background that they need to go to primary school. So it's helpful to have this daycare centers like this to give children love, safety, and education. And I hope that parliamentarians will know that what Quebec has done, we hope all provinces will be able to achieve.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. And I'm glad to note that she has personally experienced the economic benefits that educating children at the very young age brings, allowing the children to grow up educated and allowing the parents to contribute to the workforce, not only in Quebec, which of course has been something that other provinces and the federal government has learned from. I've seen this happening in other parts of the world when the focus is on children's education, especially girls' children's education, how that has contributed to the economic development and the entire region, entire communities, entire country. So it is very important that what was lacking in Canada, that we have made it up through this bill. And again, I recognize the contributions of Quebec in bringing this to the national priority. Thanks, Madam Speaker.
We have time for a brief question. The honourable member for Esquimalt-Sanet-Souk.
Well, thank you very much, Madam Speaker, and I appreciate the member's speech and certainly share the importance of $10 a day childcare to many families in my riding. But the problem, of course, still exists. There's not enough childcare available. And I wonder if the member would agree with me that one of the things we also have to do is make sure that those who work in the childcare sector, primarily women and quite often new Canadians, are properly compensated for the skills and the hard work that they do each and every day.
The honourable member for Nepean.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. I fully agree with the honourable member that the people who work in childcare should be adequately compensated. It is very much a requirement, and this program is jointly, it is a collaborative program between the federal government and the provinces, and authorities at all levels of the government should work hand in hand to find means of improving or to make sure that it is implemented well in every single respect. Thank you, Madam Speaker.
Resuming debate, the Honourable Parliamentary Secretary to the Minister of Environment and Climate Change and to the Minister of Sport and Physical Activity.
Thank you very much, Madam Speaker, and it's a real honor and privilege to stand in this House to talk about a program which has been such an important affordability measure for young families in my riding in particular, but it's also allowed so many women and so many parents to get back to work a little bit sooner than they would have otherwise, leading to the best ever marks on female engagement in the economy. So it's been a real landmark for Canada, and I'm proud to be able to speak to Bill C-35 a little bit from the perspective of Milton. So as you've heard us say repeatedly, access to high quality, affordable, and inclusive childcare is not a luxury, it's a necessity. And that's why our commitment to building a Canada-wide early learning and childcare system matters so much to so many. Since signaling our intention to create that system, the Government of Canada has signed Canada-wide early learning and childcare agreements with all provinces and territories to support increased access to high-quality, affordable, and inclusive childcare, including supports to the early learning and childhood education workforce. Since then, we've been working closely with our provincial and territorial colleagues to ensure that early childhood educators are the cornerstone of our childcare system. I'd like to recognize the outstanding contribution of so many of those educators who continue to work so hard to care for children and support their growth and education, Madam Speaker. And in particular, I'd like to highlight the great work of the Milton Community Resource Centre. I visit regularly and talk to them about any and all issues that affect early learning and childcare. They're one of the largest providers of early learning and childcare in Milton and throughout Halton. And really, without them, there's so many parents in Milton that wouldn't have been able to get back to work, and that impact on the earnings and the career for a family are pretty profound. And when I'm walking down the street talking to neighbors in Milton, so many parents have come to me and said, you know, I'm saving thousands of dollars a year thanks to the early learning and childcare program that your government provides. So it's been huge for a young community like Milton with so many parents and so many young kids. But Madam Speaker, Bill C-35 outlines the guiding principles for federal investments in early learning and childcare, and one of those guiding principles includes supporting the provision of high-quality programs and services through the recruitment and retention of qualified and well-supported early learning and childhood educator workforce individuals, and that high-quality early childhood educator workforce is essential to fostering the social, emotional, physical, and cognitive development of young children. And I can speak from personal experience, not as a parent, I'm not a parent, but having been in those classrooms with some of those kids and seeing how amazing the workers are. They're fantastic, and little personalities among the kids. It's just a lot of fun every time I've visited. But more specifically, Madam Speaker, international studies have shown that children who regularly participate in high-quality early learning and childcare programs tend to have higher graduation rates later on. They make better decisions, they improve their work habits and their grades, they make gains in reading and math, they're excited about learning, and they develop stronger social skills. So it's pretty clear to me that when you invest in a high-quality early learning and childhood educator workforce, you're investing in the health, the well-being, and the success of generations to come. So that's why we're putting forward this important legislation, to ensure that early childhood educator workforces are supported right across the country so they can continue to provide children across Canada with the best possible start in life. And it all starts with our agreements with the provinces and territories, where commitments are made to, 1, implement evidence-based quality frameworks, standards, and tools for early learning and childcare. 2, to develop and implement wage grids for early childhood educators. And 3, to increase the percentage of child care workers who fully meet provincial and territorial certification requirements. And 4, to increase training, professional development, and other supports for early childhood workforces. These commitments are essential not only to attract early childhood educators, but even more importantly, to retain our high-quality workforce. So what does that look like in practice, Madam Speaker? From coast to coast to coast, the provinces and territories have been working closely to provide better training opportunities, increased compensation, and more benefits to their early childhood educator workforce. So let's take British Columbia for an example. BC is investing in special training and development to upgrade skills in priority areas to make childcare more inclusive, especially for children with disabilities and children needing enhanced or individual supports. This training also focuses on making childcare more culturally appropriate for Indigenous children. And Madam Speaker, we know that building an inclusive childcare system that meets our children's needs, we must meet children where they are and support both current and future early childhood educators at the same time. So that's why the government of British Columbia expanded its dual credit program for early childhood educators. And the dual credit program allows secondary students in BC to take post-secondary courses and receive credits towards both high school graduation and a post-secondary program. The program covers tuition fees for the courses, resulting in more affordable training for students in early childhood education. So let's go across the country, all the way across to the east to Prince Edward Island, where more training opportunities have been provided both for current early childhood educators and for those interested in joining the early childhood education workforce. The province has also launched a one-time grant to help recruit early childhood educators back to the sector, and these investments are ensuring that early childhood educators on the island have skills and tools that they need in order to succeed while providing new opportunities to expand the workforce. Further, PEI also increased staff salaries at early years centres across the province as part of a coordinated effort to move the province's early childhood workforce forward. Wage increases are instrumental in PEI's multi-year plan to support the early childhood sector and to encourage others to pursue a career in early childhood education. Now let's head up to the territories, Madam Speaker. In the Yukon, the territory has been investing in accelerated education pathways for early childhood educators in partnership with Yukon University. The goal of these accelerated education pathways is to enhance the level of education available for early childhood educators in the territory, which will help increase the quality of early learning and childcare across the Yukon. This initiative in the Yukon is a win-win-win. It provides enhanced education, strengthens the workforce, and benefits our youngest learners with the most qualified educators. Moreover, early learning educators in the Yukon will be able to customize their training plans, allowing them to continue to work in a licensed program, including in family day homes. Madam Speaker, these are only a few of the amazing initiatives underway across the country to support the hardworking and dedicated early childhood educators, and these initiatives are made possible thanks to the groundbreaking federal investments of the Government of Canada that we've made in building that Canada-wide early learning and childcare system from coast to coast to coast. Our early childhood education workforce is critical to the success of the Canada-wide system and is key to Canada's economic prosperity. Our government is committed to building a stronger and more resilient economy where nobody is left behind, and we know that access to early learning and childcare that is affordable and inclusive is going to help drive our economic growth. It's going to enable parents, particularly mothers, to enter, maintain, and re-enter the job market and offer each child in Canada the best possible start. So that's why, Madam Speaker, I encourage my colleagues to support Bill C-35 quickly so that we can continue to work together to support, grow, and develop and engage with the early learning and childhood educator workforce. As I said earlier, when you invest in high-quality early childhood educator workforces, you're investing in the health, well-being, and success of generations to come. Thank you very much, Madam Speaker.
Questions and comments? Questions et commentaires. The honourable member for Colonial Lake Country.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. Through you. So in Bill C-35, it prioritizes childcare facilities that are government-run and are not-for-profits. It does not prioritize small businesses and entrepreneurs, many of whom are women entrepreneurs, even if those locations are licensed and regulated by the respective provincial governments. So from a Liberal government that touts themselves to be a feminist government, why would they not prioritize young women entrepreneurs in this legislation? Thank you, Madam Speaker.
The Honourable Parliamentary Secretary.
Thank you very much, Madam Speaker. Our funding agreements with provinces go towards supporting not-for-profit, public, and family-based childcare. And I can say from experience, Madam Speaker, visiting with some of those female entrepreneurs in my riding, making sure that they've got the qualifications necessary to access some of those supports has been really, really beneficial. Working with experienced providers like the Milton Community Resource Centre, some of those entrepreneurs have been able to upskill and scale up, and they've also been able to provide childcare spaces for more kids throughout the day, Madam Speaker. It's a great success. I'm glad that the Conservatives are considering supporting childcare despite early indications that they might vote against, Madam Speaker. This is an affordability measure. It's great for the workforce, and it's also excellent for female entrepreneurs. Thank you, Madam Speaker.
Questions et commentaires. L'honorable député.
Questions and comments. The Honourable Member for Pierre Boucher, Les Patriotes Verchères. Thank you, Madam Speaker. In Quebec, I represent a Quebecois riding. We have had our daycare system for 25 years now. Families use it. They're proud of it. People hold this system very dear. It's near and dear to us, and we're proud of it. But for the rest of Canada, the daycare system is currently under construction. The government has started to create the program. Here is the government's bill. But here's what I'm wondering. Our program already existed before the bill. So is this bill a Liberal government admission that things are not going well and that they're ready to lose a lot of seats in the upcoming election? Because the goal of this bill may be to make tangible the program that they've already started working on. But couldn't the program exist without a bill? The Honourable Parliamentary Secretary. Thank you, Madam Speaker. I thank my colleague for his question. And I thank him for his interest in our program. First, Madam Speaker, I feel that it is necessary to thank Pauline Marois. She is a true leader on this matter, and we need to recognize Pauline Marois' leadership and also the leadership of the province of Quebec. Because in this case and in other cases, for example, when it comes to the environment and fighting climate change, the province of Quebec is a leader. It's important to acknowledge good examples and good models for progress among our provinces. We will ensure that there are more provinces with these programs.
Thank you very much, Madam Speaker. Like the honourable member, my riding is rapidly growing, lots of young families. And what people are finding, whether they're talking about setting up a new public sector childcare centre, a non-profit, or even new entrepreneurs, is that they lack the workers. And so my question to him is, what is the government going to be doing to make sure that we increase the compensation that will help attract more people into this important field?
The Honourable Parliamentary Secretary.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. And as we know, there's a worker shortage across the country in various sectors, and that's a challenge, but it's also a great opportunity, because where there's a little bit of scarcity, I think workers tend to benefit. It tends to increase their wages and provide a little bit of competition and more choice for workers. So that's the context that we're in right now. We have very, very low unemployment in Canada right now, which is certainly a good thing for workers, but it's a challenging thing for many sectors who are looking to find a more available workforce. So ensuring that it's a competitive opportunity, that early learning and childcare workers can aspire to earning a good income is very, very important. And I know that when I've worked with Milton Community Resource Centre, they're very focused on making sure that they pay competitive wages. And I've also seen they are providing people with their first jobs and also providing work to newcomers, to refugees, and all sorts of people who are looking for that work. Thank you, Madam Speaker.
The Honourable Member Cypress Hills Grasslands resuming debate, and I'll have to interrupt him and then he'll be able to continue later. The Honourable Member Cypress Hills Grasslands.
Well, thank you very much, Madam Speaker. It's an honour to be able to rise in the House once again and speak to this bill. We do have an amendment coming back to the House from the Senate, which I guess is why we are standing here to speak today. So what makes this interesting based on how this bill went last time, my province of Saskatchewan signed on to their agreement with the federal government in 2021. And Madam Speaker, I hosted a couple of town halls in January, and this was one of the topics that did come up was childcare. And when we look at rural Canada, we look at rural Saskatchewan, we look at what is available for people who are looking to put their kids into a day home, so that way they can go to work. And quite frankly, there's basically no capacity. The town I grew up in had a small facility that maybe could run between 5 and 10 kids could maybe go into that place. Most kids were raised by a stay-at-home mom where I grew up. But some of the other towns now, I mean, as people are looking to be working, capacity is the #1 problem. And when I look at the way that this program has been rolled out, the way that the federal government has put money to the provinces, it's definitely put an overemphasis on creating spaces in the larger cities, the larger centers, and in typical Liberal government fashion, it looks like rural Saskatchewan once again has lost out and has definitely been left behind. So
I'll before the honourable member starts his next sentence, I'll just interrupt here. The honourable member will have 18 minutes and 13 seconds the next time this matter is before the House. Statements by members, déclaration de député. L'honorable député.
The honourable member for Vancouver Granville.
Madam Speaker, seniors are at the heart of our communities. Since we were first elected, seniors have been central to our work in government, and in Vancouver Granville, I've established a local seniors council to advise me on their priorities. As part of Budget 2024 consultations, the Vancouver Granville Seniors Council shared their issues that were important to them that they would like addressed. From affordability to homelessness to social inclusion, these are issues all Canadians face, and I've shared their issues with the Minister of Finance. I want to thank my Seniors Council for their hard work and dedication and let them know that everyone in the House hears them and that we are taking concrete steps, like building over 40,000 homes in Vancouver and launching the Canada Dental Plan to ensure that seniors and every Canadian have the tools and supports they need to live well. I look forward to continuing to work with them on their shared priorities. As they have given so much back to Canada, it's our obligation to make sure we take care of our seniors from coast to coast to coast. Thank you, Madam Speaker.
The Honourable Member for Mégantic-L'Érable. Thank you, Madam Speaker. For 75 years, the Côte de Frontenac paper has been writing for members in my riding and elsewhere. It is a local newspaper that was created by Louis-Philippe Poulin and has remained within his family for years. They have benefited from the support of their subscribers for many years, and since 1977, they have been under the same editor, and Mr. Poulin always proved to be objective and reflected the values of Frontenac that you can still see in the newspaper today. Both young and old have access to quality content that is accessible to the population. I would like to underscore the work of Ms. Suzanne Poulin and all the employees of the newspaper that allow them to spread information in my area. They are an essential part of our community. Happy anniversary.
For New Westminster, Burnaby.
Bill C-273 passed by a vote of 209 to 115 this week for second reading in Parliament. And I thank all those MPs that spoke up for this bill and for the repeal of Section 43 of the Criminal Code. Canada is finally taking the first steps in joining 65 other countries around the world that have banned the use of force against children. More than 700 organizations across Canada, including every major organization that works for children's health and well-being, have called for the repeal of this legalized use of force against children. The repeal of this provision of the Criminal Code was one of the first recommendations of the Truth and Reconciliation Commission. Call to action number 6 of the TRC calls for repeal of the provision that legalizes the use of force against children. This provision was put in place in 1892 when all kinds of abuses were legal. It's high time to change that and time to repeal Section 43.
The honourable member for Kitchener South Hespeler.
Madam Speaker, on February 3rd, we welcomed the Prime Minister to the Waterloo region and the SDG Idea Factory, a hub dedicated to advancing the UN's 17 Sustainable Development Goals. Located in Kitchener, it unites visionary entrepreneurs and organizations to address pressing global challenges. The Idea Factory is more than an innovation space. It's a catalyst for social and environmental transformation. In supporting startups and businesses champion social equity and environmental stewardship, this hub is working to foster global positive change and a better future for all. The Idea Factory is host to businesses and organizations like Liftoff, the Waterloo Region Community Foundation, For Us Girls Foundation, KW Oktoberfest, the Waterloo Region Small Business Center, Mott Mind, Bring on the Sunshine, and the Community Company to drive transformative change. We're immensely proud of the incredible work happening in our community and anticipate future contribution from these inventive minds.
The honourable member for Leeds, Grenville, Thousand Islands, and Rideau Lakes.
Arrive Scam, a failed app that should have cost $80,000 but cost Canadians $60 million. GC Strategies, the two middlemen working out of their basement, getting $258 million in IT contracts and never did a keystroke of IT work. Turns out they've been wining and dining senior Liberal government officials. Another $150 million embezzled at the Prime Minister's billion-dollar green slush fund with hand-picked NDP Liberal board members funneling millions to their own companies. The Prime Minister is not worth the cost and not worth the corruption, but there's hope yet. Conservatives are going to end the corruption, axe the tax, build the homes, fix the budget, and stop the crime. Our common sense plan will axe the tax on everything, for everyone, for good. We'll tie municipal funding to housing to make sure more houses get built, not bureaucracy. Conservatives will find savings by scrapping Arrive Can. We'll bring jail, not bail. For Canadians, Madam Speaker, we're going to bring it home.
Hear, hear. The honourable member for Oakville North, Burlington.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. We know we have a housing crisis, and that's why we're investing in the creation of homes nationwide, including in Oakville and Burlington. In 2023, we announced over $55 million to build 131 purpose-built rental homes in Oakville, with the funding coming as a fully repayable low-interest loan through the CMHC Apartment Construction Loan Program. And last month in Burlington, we announced that the City of Burlington would be receiving $21 million from the Housing Accelerator Fund, which will create 600 homes in the next 3 years and 5,000 new homes over the next decade. This is a step in the right direction for Oakville and Burlington because we know that every Canadian should have access to safe, affordable housing. We're working with developers and municipalities to get more homes built at prices that people can afford. Thank you, Madam Speaker.
I remember Windsor-Tecumseh.
Madam Speaker, my community of Windsor-Tecumseh has a proud history of fighting for workers. Last week, I joined Unifor workers in solidarity on the picket line at Jameson Vitamins, fighting for what is fair. And this week, ATU Local 616 fought and won better wages for Transit Windsor workers. Thank you for defending your right to 10 paid sick days that our federal government introduced. This follows hard-fought wins by Windsor salt workers who stayed strong in their 192-day strike, and the hard-fought historic contracts bargained by Unifor for auto workers. Unions fight for workers, but they lift our entire community. I was proud to work with unions to deliver the battery plant that will create 2,500 good-paying jobs for back home. And I'm proud to work with unions to deliver programs that make real differences for workers, like childcare, like dental care, like the Canada Worker Benefit. Conservatives want to cut programs that help workers, Madam Speaker. We'll continue to fight for workers.
The honourable member for Dauphin Swan River, Nipawin.
Madam Speaker, after 8 years, rural Canadians are breaking under this NDP Liberal government. This Prime Minister and his radical Environment Minister have launched an attack on rural Canadians. Rural Canadians rely on their vehicles to raise their families and drive to work. Yet this week, the Environment Minister publicly announced that the Liberals will stop building new roads and highways. The Minister stated, and I quote, "Our government has made the decision to stop investing in new road infrastructure," end quote. Rural Canadians don't have the option to take a subway to work or to the doctor's office. They rely on highways and roads. But this NDP Liberal government doesn't care about rural Canadians. That's why this Prime Minister is increasing his failed carbon tax by 23% on April 1st. It's clear he is not worth the cost. Rural Canadians can't afford this government's plan to quadruple the carbon tax. Only Conservatives will fight for rural Canadians and axe the carbon tax.
The honourable member for Mississauga, Erin Mills.
Madam Speaker, I encourage all members in this House to get with the program. That's the Community Volunteer Income Tax Program, a collaboration between local community organizations and the Canada Revenue Agency to deliver free tax clinics for Canadians. This collaboration between the CRA and dedicated volunteers across Canada allows us to give back to communities by helping residents to file their taxes. Local organizations across the country run these tax clinics for lower-income Canadians to help make sure that they are getting their benefits, like the Canada Child Benefit, the Canada Workers Benefit, Canada Carbon Rebate, and many more cost-of-living measures that they may be eligible for. I am so proud of the positive impact that we have made through the CVITP and look forward to repeating this success again in what will be a productive tax filing season this year. Thank you, Madam Speaker.
The honourable member for Portage-Lisgar.
After 8 years of this Prime Minister, it's never been more expensive to feed your family, own a home, and heat your house. The price of everything is up, and the average family of four will spend an additional $700 this year on groceries compared to last. And now the Prime Minister is hiking the carbon tax by 23% on April 1st. But he's not done there. He's also jacking up the tax on beer, wine, and spirits by 5% for good measure. Now, I don't know if this Prime Minister learned basic reasoning, so let me explain. If you tax the farmer that grows the food, the trucker who ships the food, you tax all who buy the food. So, what's the result? 2 million Canadians now rely on a food bank, and 50% are $200 away from insolvency. Yet the Liberals think rebranding the carbon tax will stop the financial pain. Newsflash, it won't. Canadians live in reality. They know the carbon tax is a tax plan, not an environment plan. Only common sense Conservatives will axe the tax on everything, for everyone, and for good. Hear, hear. Well done.
Honourable member for Kelowna Lake Country.
Madam Speaker, after 8 years of this NDP Liberal government, the lives of renters, mortgage holders, and the unhoused continue to worsen with crushing costs. The facts speak for themselves. Home prices now outpace incomes by 40%, earning Canada the worst record in the G7. While American rents fall, Canadian rents hit record highs. Canada built fewer homes in 2022 than in 1972, and housing starts were down in 2023. We now have the fewest homes per capita of any country in the G7, despite having the most land to build on. Ottawa-funded gatekeepers and punitive taxes add hundreds of thousands of dollars of unneeded costs to the construction of each home. Canada's infrastructure funding should be tied to actually building homes. On top of this, we now hear the radical environment minister doesn't even want to build new roads. Our common sense Conservative plan will ensure infrastructure dollars go to the municipalities that get their bureaucracies out of the way to build homes, not bureaucracy.
The Honourable Member for Argenteuil-La Petite Nation. Thank you, Madam Speaker. As you know, in this House, you know how passionate I am by music and singing. And it's with great pleasure that I learned that a young firefighter from La Chute in my riding, Gabrielle Fredette, is one of the young talents selected to take part in The Voice Quebec. In fact, he had the honor of seeing 4 coaches turn around their chairs and asking them to join their teams. And in the end, one of my idols, Mario Pelchat, he chose for a specific reason. His grandfather, who died in 2020, was a great fan of Mr. Pelchat. Gabriel inherited his guitar from his grandfather, Leopold Dumochel, and as a musician, he began playing the guitar and composing music during the pandemic. So what a journey for this young, talented man. And I'm proud to support artists in my riding. Gabrielle, I wish you every success and a wonderful musical career.
The Honourable Member for Winnipeg Centre.
Mr. Speaker, I rise today during Sexual and Reproductive Health Awareness Week to emphasize the importance of menstrual equity, access to contraception and abortion rights for Canadian women and gender-diverse people. I'm happy to see my colleagues join me in celebrating the critical gains made by Canada's feminist movement in its fight for women's sexual and reproductive rights. But we cannot forget that there is still work to be done. It has now been over 2 weeks since Fredericton's only abortion clinic closed, and this government has done nothing. The Liberals pat themselves on the back for supporting gender equality, but refuse to ensure access to safe abortion, while the Conservatives are actively undermining this right through backdoor legislation. The human right to a safe, trauma-informed abortion care is only as good as the ability to access that right. Leaders must uphold the Canada Health Act and ensure access is available to everyone in Canada. Thank you, Madam Speaker.
The Honourable Member for Shefford. Madam Speaker, February 22nd is recognized as National Human Trafficking Awareness Day. This date shouldn't be just a box on the calendar, but rather a call to action against all forms of human trafficking, which is defined as a modern form of human slavery, usually for sexual purposes or forced labor or slavery. Victims often suffer physical, sexual, financial, emotional, and psychological abuse and are often forced to work and live in horrific conditions. Human trafficking, because of the damage and violence it inflicts, is linked to severe trauma, and recovery from its repercussions can last a lifetime. A few statistics: 93% of victims were born here. 97% are women and children. Many of them are Indigenous. There are still too many victims. This National Day of Awareness must give us the means to better identify these heinous crimes, to denounce them vehemently, and to fight them more effectively. Let's take action.
The honourable member Langley Aldergrove.
Where's the accountability? Where's the funds? What a boondoggle. In a misguided attempt, this Liberal government tried to control our borders during the pandemic, and they wasted at least $60 million on an app that should have cost no more than $80,000, and it doesn't even work. Without competition, they handed out a contract for $20 million to a couple of guys operating out of their basement, and then they decided, hey, let's throw in another $40 million for good measure. Oh, and some nice bottles of scotch and a couple of fancy dinners for our friends. Madam Speaker, this government wasted $60 million taxpayer dollars on people who did no work on an app that does not work. That's Liberal accounting. That's the Arrive Can scam. Time to call in the RCMP.
The honourable member for Ottawa West Nepean.
Speaker, in 2010, I was working in Africa when one of my colleagues turned to me and said, "You Canadian women are hypocrites." I was stunned. She went on to say that she had studied at McGill. She knew Canadian women had reproductive rights, but it wasn't good enough for African women. I was mortified, Madam Speaker, and I decided right then that I was going to run for office and change that policy. Not always in this place do we get to come full circle, but 3 weeks ago I was in Kinshasa where I toured a safe abortion clinic funded by Canada. DRC has one of the highest maternal mortality rates in the world, 10% because of unsafe abortion. And Madam Speaker, our commitment to sexual and reproductive health and rights is not ideology. It literally saves lives. Thank you, Madam Speaker.
Well done.
The honourable member for Nepean.
This Black History Month, I would like to recognize an Ottawa-based organization, ACRI, Mothers and Daughters Literacy. Its mission is to create lasting, positive, community-based change to basic literacy in rural and underprivileged communities in Somaliland. It empowers girls and women with the power to learn, to be heard, to be seen, and to make a difference. I agree with them that educated, empowered women can change the world. Successful economic development of a community or a country can be fast-tracked if education is made available to all, and specifically if girls are educated. I would like to recognize and thank the team under the leadership of Anab Mohammed for their noble and dedicated service to realize ACRI's mission. Thank you, Madam Speaker.
Oral questions, questions orales. The honourable member for Leeds, Grenville, Thousand Islands, and Rideau Lakes.
After 8 years of this NDP Liberal government, their Arrive scam app that was supposed to cost $80,000 cost Canadians $60 million. And just like this, NDP Liberal Prime Minister is not worth the cost or the corruption. GC Strategies, the two-person team who was working out of their basement, got paid $20 million and did no IT work, but they did take senior Liberal officials out for whiskey tastings and fine dinners. Not worth the cost and not worth the corruption. So will this NDP Liberal Prime Minister join common sense Conservatives as we call for the RCMP to expand the investigation into this Liberal scandal?
L'honorable ministre des Services publics et de l'approvisionnement.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. Very pleased to answer this question, which we have heard before and to which we have provided appropriate answers already. Pleased to remind everyone that the Auditor General had not only the job, but the very important job of tabling a report on Monday, which we are looked at and obviously already troubled about the findings that there are in that report. And we have taken into account all the recommendations that are in the report, and many of them have been put into place already for some time.
The honourable member for Leeds, Grenville, Thousand Islands, and Rideau Lakes.
Speaker, the minister says the auditor had an important job, but that minister and all of these Liberals voted against the auditor conducting the audit. It was because of the leader of the opposition moving a motion in November of 2022 that we had that Auditor General investigation. And just like that was the right thing to do then, calling in the RCMP is the right thing to do now. This is an $80,000 app that ballooned to $60 million. We have a two-person firm working out of their basement being paid $20 million and whining and dining senior Liberal officials. Will the these Liberals end the cover-up and join Conservatives in calling for an expanded RCMP investigation?
L'honorable ministre.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. And the member is completely right in pointing to the important work of the Auditor General. She did work very hard over the last few months, and that's what we expected of her and her office. She tabled an important report on Monday. As she has said repeatedly, she's also completely willing and able to work with all other partners and institutions across the government, including with the RCMP, with which she is already in touch.
The honourable for Leeds, Grenville, Thousand Islands, and Rideau Lakes.
Well, of course, the Auditor General is willing and able to do her work, but the problem is this government refuses to give her the documents that she needs to fully account for the $60 million that was spent on this boondoggle. These Liberals have in the past used the executive to shield themselves from investigation by the Royal Canadian Mounted Police, like they did in the SNC-Lavalin scandal. So this time, Canadians want to know who got rich, other than, of course, these two guys working out of their basement who took Liberal bosses out for fine dinners and whiskey tastings. Will these Liberals join our calls to call in the RCMP and investigate this scandal?
L'honorable ministre.
Thank you, Madam Speaker, and we are very pleased, obviously, to hear the member clearly state that he has full confidence in the ability of the Auditor General to keep doing her job, including supporting the RCMP when that is demanded by the RCMP.
There's other members that are asking questions or making comments. I would ask them to please hold off and allow the honourable member to minister or whoever's answering or asking questions to be uninterrupted. L'honorable député de Mégantic-L'Érable.
The honourable member for Mégantic-L'Érable. Mr. Speaker, the Prime Minister is ultimately responsible for Arrive Can, which was supposed to cost $80,000 and ended up costing 750 times more. This is the scandal of the century. The Prime Minister gave $250 million to a company of two people working out of a basement in a cottage. It's the tip of the iceberg of wasting public funds, according to La Presse. Madam Speaker, after 8 years, who in this government is finally going to stand up to the Prime Minister and tell him he's not worth the cost or the corruption? The Honourable Minister. Thank you, Madam Speaker. Not only do we have to thank the Auditor General for her work, but we have to read her report carefully. What we're hearing on the other side of the House is unfortunately not helpful and may even be counterproductive. We're doing a serious job. The Auditor General has done a serious job, and we're counting on her to continue to keep up the good work. The Honourable Member for Mégantic-L'Érable. The minister's telling the truth. I'm quoting from newspaper articles ever since the Auditor General revealed this scandal. Canadians ended up paying $60 million for an app that was only supposed to cost $80,000. And according to the papers, GC Strategy doesn't do any IT work. They were paid millions of dollars to develop a useless app. And we're talking about $250 million total in contracts. Will the Prime Minister, who's not worth the cost, give us and the RCMP all the documents so that we can shed full light on this matter? The Honourable Minister. Thank you, Madam Speaker. The member is quite right to talk about the costs of protecting the health and safety of Canadians, including in times of a pandemic, which cost a lot of Canadian lives, which cost a lot of jobs, which caused problems with the flow of trade and so on. Despite the fact that this was a major crisis, the AG clearly said it was unacceptable for CBSA to not do its job properly. The Honourable Member for Manicouagan. Madam Speaker, in February of last year, the federal government had promised to increase health transfers. Quebec and the provinces were forced to accept 6 times less than what they needed at the end of a long political struggle. 1 year later, Quebec hasn't received a single penny. There's already a $1 billion shortfall in healthcare funding because Ottawa is holding back the money. Why is Ottawa holding back? Because the federal government wants to set its own conditions, to attach strings to that money. Will the government finally give Quebec the money it promised instead of holding patients hostage? The Honourable Parliamentary Secretary. Thank you very much, Madam Speaker. I'd like to thank the member for the question.
with all our provinces and territories, including Quebec, to make sure that healthcare that is much needed for all Canadians is provided. And that is why we're so proud to invest $200 billion over 10 years to all provinces and territories to support Canadians in getting the best and excellent healthcare. And we'll continue to work with Quebec to ensure that they get the same care. Thank you.
The Deputy de Manicouagan.
The Honourable Member for Manicouagan. Madam Speaker, that's not the question. Remember, the federal government does not manage a single hospital. They have no expertise in health care. But they're holding back the money needed to care for people because they think they can tell healthcare workers how to do their job. Remember also that the almost $5 billion the federal government is holding back is money that belongs to Quebecers. It's their tax money. And all we want is our fair share. Quebecers want their money used for health care, not for liberal political games. So when is the federal government going to pay us our money? The Honourable Parliamentary Secretary. Thank you very much, Madam Speaker.
Quebec share the same objective, and that is to provide quality health care, guided by Canada Health Act, to all Quebecers. Whether it's family health, whether it's mental health, whether it's health care for our seniors, we will continue to work with Government of Quebec closely so that those shared priorities are met and Quebecers, like all Canadians, get the best health care through federal government. Thank you.
Honourable for Nunavut.
Canada's federal housing advocate confirmed this week that Indigenous peoples are more likely to be forced to live on the streets. This government's lack of action means Indigenous peoples are being intentionally forgotten. In Edmonton, 60% of those living on the streets are Indigenous. In Winnipeg, it's 2/3, and in Saskatoon, it's over 90%. In Nunavut, many tell me about overcrowding because of the lack of housing. Will the minister listen to the federal housing advocate and stop underfunding Indigenous housing?
Hear, hear. The Honourable Parliamentary Secretary to the Minister of Indigenous Services.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. We are taking action to address the tremendous lack of safe, affordable housing and housing supports for Indigenous peoples in urban, rural, and northern communities. The for Indigenous, by Indigenous approach that guides our housing strategy will ensure successful approaches for communities in need. Since 2016, we've supported the construction, renovation, and retrofit of over 30,000 homes in First Nation communities and continue to work with partners to co-develop a 10-year housing and infrastructure strategy. All levels of government must work together to solve this crisis and continue to push for Indigenous-led solutions to address these gaps.
The Honourable Member for Winnipeg Centre.
Madam Speaker, it's been 2 weeks since I asked the Health Minister his plan to address the closure of Clinic 554, Fredericton's only healthcare provider offering safe abortions. This government has done nothing. While Conservatives push backdoor legislation violating the right to a safe abortion, the so-called feminist liberals fail to address access. Why is this government denying access to safe, trauma-informed abortion care?
That's right. The Honourable Parliamentary Secretary.
Thank you, Madam Speaker, and I'm tremendously grateful for the allyship of the member across the way for that very important question. This clinic is located in my riding. It's an issue I've been on for many, many years. The federal government actually has stepped up and supported research projects to support better data collection, to inform our provincial partners who really hold the pen on this issue. We've held back provincial transfers as well to ensure that the Canada Health Act is upheld. More absolutely needs to be done, and reproductive rights must be assured in this country no matter where you live. Thank you.
The Honourable Member for St. Albert Edmonton.
Madam Speaker, the Arrive scam app is just like the Prime Minister, not worth the cost and not worth the corruption. The Auditor General revealed that an app that didn't work cost taxpayers a staggering $60 million, including $20 million that went to a two-person company that did no work. Now the RCMP have launched a criminal investigation but are being obstructed by these Liberals who are hiding documents. Will the Prime Minister stop the obstruction and turn over the documents today?
Merci, Madame la Présidente. Cette question.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. There have already been a number of answers given to that question this week and even today. The answer is still the same. The Auditor General deserves our acknowledgement. She's done a lot of work, and it's very important, and the report on Monday was troubling. The good news is that a lot of the recommendations she made have already been implemented and have been for some time now, but the work is ongoing because it's very important to ensure that the public service is doing its work properly, even in times of crisis.
Honourable Member for St. Albert Edmonton.
Madam Speaker, 60 million taxpayers' dollars wasted, fraud, forgery, and corruption. That is a Arrive scam, and these Liberals have tried to cover up this scandal every step of the way. They obstructed parliamentary committees, they attempted to obstruct an investigation by the Auditor General, and now they're obstructing an RCMP criminal investigation. When will these Liberals stop the obstruction and turn over the documents to the RCMP?
The Honourable Minister.
Merci, Madame la Présidente. Comme je l'ai dit.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. As I already said in English, there's no obstruction here. On the contrary, the Auditor General has to have all the documents she needs to do her work, because her work goes to the very heart of the integrity of our democratic and parliamentary system. And that's why she needs to have access to all those documents. And that, because she had access to those documents, that's how she was able to do her work. And we will share the documents with other partners like the RCMP.
The RCMP needs access to the documents so that people can be held to account for this waste. The NDP Liberal government's waste of at least $60 million on the Arrive Scam Act, which wrongly put 10,000 people into mandatory quarantine, was so bad that the RCMP are investigating, and they need access to these documents. After 8 years, Canadians deserve better. They deserve accountability and transparency. Why haven't the Liberals released these documents, and what are they trying to hide?
The Honourable Minister.
Merci, Madame la Présidente.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. It's upsetting to hear the Conservatives questioning the integrity of the Auditor General. She said very clearly in recent days that not only was she able to work with the RCMP, she said she already was. And we will provide anything the RCMP wishes to have.
To be clear, Madam Speaker, I'm not questioning the integrity of the Auditor General. I'm questioning the integrity of this government that is hiding these documents from the RCMP. Canadians deserve accountability. Somebody needs to be held to account for the waste of $60 million that went to a shady IT company that had 2 people working in a basement. Why haven't the Liberals released these documents? Release them now.
Order, order. I'm sure that the Deputy Government House Leader, if he wishes to answer, will stand. But I would just ask him to please wait until it's the appropriate time to do that. The Honourable Minister.
Merci, Madame la Présidente.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. I'm sure that the member opposite is not also claiming that the RCMP can't do its job properly. The RCMP, like the Auditor General, are arm's length, independent of government. They can do their work without, they are to do their work without any political interference. The Honourable Member for Les Echemins Bellechasse Lévis. Mr. Speaker, Canadians are in shock. They paid a minimum of the government paid a minimum of $60 million for Arrive Can, which was supposed to cost only 80 grand. That's 750 times more. The AG has said this is probably some of the worst financial record keeping she's ever seen. After 8 years of this worn out and incompetent government, Arrive Can is, like the Prime Minister, not worth the cost. Will the Prime Minister join with us in asking the RCMP to expand its investigation? The Honourable Minister. Thank you, Madam Speaker. A lot of things have already been fully explained, and it's worth mentioning again that just a few months ago and a few years ago, Canada went through the worst pandemic in a century, the worst economic crisis. We had to react quickly and effectively to save the lives of thousands of Canadians and to save huge amounts of economic activity. Unfortunately, this contract broke the rules, and it's unacceptable for public servants to have not followed the rules. The Honourable Member for Bellechasse Les Echemins Lévis. Had it not been for the Conservatives last fall calling for this investigation, none of this scandal would have been uncovered. Since this government took office 8 years ago, it's been chaos. Nothing works. The Prime Minister's not worth the cost. The app was basically two men getting millions of dollars from the basement of a bungalow to develop an app that wasn't supposed to cost more than 80 grand. GC Strategies got a huge share of the contracts, many of them untendered. With the Liberals, it's an open bar. The Conservatives wants the RCMP to expand its investigation. Will the Prime Minister join with us? I'd like to remind the honourable member that she has to direct her questions through the Speaker's chair and not directly to the government. The Honourable Minister. Thank you, Madam Speaker. My colleague is quite right. The Auditor General's work is crucial, it's essential, and she needs to have all the documents to do the work properly. She did her work properly, and she tabled her report on Monday. The results are shocking and alarming, and the recommendations have to be taken seriously. In most cases, those recommendations were already implemented weeks ago. The Honourable Member for Terrebonne. The AG's report on ArriveCan is a Russian doll of scandals. It's unacceptable that an app estimated at 80 grand ended up costing 60 million. It's even more unacceptable that it's impossible to know the true cost because of missing documents. It's even more unacceptable that GC Strategies drafted the call for tenders to make sure they would get the contract. And it's the height of unacceptability that this two-person company, which does nothing, was awarded 140 other contracts since 2010. When will there be an investigation into each and every one of those other contracts? The Honourable Minister. Thank you, Madam Speaker. And yes, indeed, the lack of documentation is the key finding in the AG's report. The documentation was defective and incomplete. The documents were not filed properly, and that is basically one of the core findings of the report, and that is why we are continuing and will continue to do the cleanup work that needs doing. The Honourable Member for Terrebonne. Well, apparently the record keeping has been bad since 2010. Maybe something should have been done about this before then. GC Strategies has been getting contracts since 2015, and under a new president at CBSA, another $12 million was invested in ArriveCan. There's clearly a culture of zero accountability at the agency, which continues to this day. So is this government going to put the agency under third-party management or not? The Honourable Minister. Thank you, Madam Speaker, and I'd like to thank my colleague. It's true, the CBSA plays an essential role every day in facilitating the flow of travelers and billions of dollars worth of trade. And that was very important during the pandemic. People needed essential medications. There was essential equipment needed to cross the border, including in the member opposite's riding.
St. Margaret's.
The Arrive Scam app is just like the Prime Minister, not worth the cost and not worth the corruption.
Yep.
The RCMP is investigating this $80,000 app, which cost more than $60 million. But the Auditor General said it will take a court order for the RCMP to get access to all the documents into this Liberal corruption. Will the Prime Minister stop his cover-up, not make the police seek a court order, and hand over all the documents voluntarily to the police and to Parliament so Canadians can learn the truth?
You would hope so.
L'Honorable Ministre.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. The member is correct when he points to the ability, the expertise of the RCMP and the Auditor General and other institutions to work together. They know how to do their job. They don't need political processes politicians use to do their jobs. The RCMP and the Auditor General and all of the other independent organizations on which Canadians have the fortune to depend know what to do.
The Honourable Member for South Shore, St. Margaret's.
The institution that's covering up is this Liberal cabinet and that Liberal minister. If the Prime Minister has nothing to hide, why does the RCMP need a court order? Release the documents voluntarily. A government with nothing to hide would produce these documents for the police without a court order. The Arrive Scam app is not worth the cost, and the Prime Minister is not worth the corruption.
Right.
Will the Prime Minister end this cover-up, release all the Arrive Scam documents voluntarily, stop the cover-up, turn it over to the police and Parliament so Canadians can get the truth?
L'Honorable Ministre.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. The member points to the work of the Auditor General. She has already said in public that she is not only able but very willing to work with the RCMP and any other institution in the government that would like to use her important findings on Monday. Now, the member may want to speak to the Auditor General to understand how she does that. That's for him to decide. But we, on this side of the House, have full confidence in the ability of the Auditor General.
The Honourable Member Sturgeon River Parkland.
Madam Speaker, the revelations in the Auditor General's report on the Arrive Scam app are shocking. And after 8 years of this NDP Liberal government, waste is at an all-time high. Canadians know that just like the Arrive Scam app, this Prime Minister is not worth the cost and he's not worth the corruption. Unfortunately, the Auditor General was only able to scratch the surface of this costly corruption. Evidence is being withheld and maybe even destroyed. It's time to send in the police. When will the Prime Minister stop the cover-up and call for a complete investigation into the Arrive Scam fiasco?
L'Honorable Ministre.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. And again, I think no one in this House should attempt to display a lack of confidence in the ability of the Auditor General to do her job. I'm sure we're all united in supporting the importance and the value of what she does. She needs no advice on the part of politicians. She has a full expertise. Now, if they want to provide her with their particular advice, they know how to reach out to her. Otherwise, we can help them connect to her.
Remind the honourable member for South Shore St. Margaret's that he had an opportunity to ask questions. If he has other questions to ask, he should wait till the appropriate time and not interrupt the minister. The honourable member for Sturgeon River Parkland.
Well, Madam Speaker, these Liberals keep making excuses, but extraordinary circumstances are no excuse for extraordinary corruption. After 8 years of this NDP Liberal government, Canadians know that the Arrive Scam app, just like the Prime Minister, is not worth the cost or the corruption. Now, if the Liberals had had their way, the Auditor General wouldn't have even investigated this issue at all. And it's now clear to Canadians that these Liberals had at least 60 million reasons to stop this investigation. Now, when will this NDP Liberal government join us and call for a complete investigation so that Canadians can get the truth?
Thank you, Madam Speaker. And the member is totally right to pointing to how important the work she does is every day. She and her office are fundamental to the operations of our democracy. They are there to help and sometimes to challenge the government in doing the right thing. That's why we're so grateful for her report on Monday. We have already said that we have taken into account all the recommendations that she has provided, and many of them have already been in place, in fact, for a few weeks now.
The honourable member for Elmwood Transcona.
Thank you very much, Madam Speaker. You know, Canadian seniors on fixed incomes are struggling very much to afford groceries in a difficult time. The government says it's talking tough with big grocers like Loblaws, but what has that led to? Loblaws trying to cut a sweetheart deal with Manulife to screw seniors. Loblaws getting in the way of the grocery code of conduct. Loblaws getting rid of their discount on near expired foods only to replace it later after public outcry. The only thing the government's done is given Loblaws a slap on the wrist and $12 million for new fridges. So when is it going to get actually serious about doing something to lower grocery prices in Canada?
Parliamentary Secretary to the Minister of Labour and Seniors.
Speaker, we've been there for seniors from the get-go. One of the first things that we did was reverse what the former Prime Minister did, Stephen Harper did, on the world stage at the World Economic Forum in Davos. And he raised that retirement age from 65 to 67, putting a lot of seniors into poverty. We've increased the GIS. We've increased the OAS. We've enhanced the CPP. Meanwhile, we don't know where the Conservatives stand on the CPP. The leader of the official opposition thinks that he could do better than the CPP board. It's just a shame.
Harper was at that.
Order. The honourable member for Hamilton Centre.
Madam Speaker, this government has given 32 different contracts totaling $60 million to the same consultants, GC Strategies, for the useless Arrive Can app. Liberals simply can't help themselves from helping themselves, while Canadians can barely pay the bills. And at a time when we should be investing in the skills and knowledge of our public service, Liberals would rather hand over millions to private consultants. So why is this Liberal government giving money to their rich friends instead of investing in the valuable work of our federal public service?
L'honorable ministre.
The Honourable Minister.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. And the member points to the valuable public service, and he is entirely right. They work extremely hard during the pandemic to protect the health and safety of millions of Canadians and millions of jobs. This being said, this is not an excuse for a very few of them in the CBSA not to have done their job appropriately. The Auditor General was very clear as to why that wasn't done on Monday. We have obviously took into account, we have watched her recommendations. We have implemented many of them and will implement the others to come.
The Honourable for Etobicoke Centre.
Madam Speaker, Canada and the United States have one of the most close and important relationships of any two nations in the world, and there are millions of Canadians and countless constituents of mine who work at businesses who rely on trade with the United States. And let's be frank, the economy and quality of life of every single Canadian and every single one of my constituents in Etobicoke Centre depends on a strong economic and trading relationship between Canada and the U.S. So could the Minister of International Trade share with Canadians what our Team Canada engagement strategy, how it will defend Canada's interest in and with the United States?
Honourable Minister of International Trade.
Madam Speaker, when President Biden addressed this chamber, he said that Canada and the United States can do big things. If we work together, if we stand together, we will rise together. Right. That is the approach that the Minister of Innovation and I are approaching with Team Canada and our U.S. re-engagement strategy. And I'm looking forward to working with the member from Etobicoke Centre and counting on his expertise. The trade between Canada and the United States is really impactful to our economy, and I know that this work will continue.
The Honourable Member Haliburton, Kawartha Lakes, Brock.
Speaker, the Environment Minister has left the highway of common sense and taken the off-ramp off to Fantasy Island. He'll say yes to spending $400 million to promote skateboarding to fight climate change, but no to a bridge that has cut the village of Bolsover in half for 3 long years. And in Parks Canada's own words, the bridge is of national historic significance. Creating a longer commute will not save the environment. So when will the minister realize that roads won't pave themselves and fund the bridge in Bolsover?
The Honourable Parliamentary Secretary.
Yesterday, Madam Speaker, I made the comment that the honourable colleague takes a nonpartisan approach to issues, and he does. And that's why I'm surprised that he continues to maintain this approach today when he knows very well that this government has invested in over 8,500 bridge, road, or highway projects across the country. And we are proud that that's happened. It needs to continue. Which of the almost 4,000, this is directly to him, which of the almost 4,000 projects in Ontario is he against? We'll continue to fund these projects.
So the Honourable Minister knows that our Parliamentary Secretary knows that he's not to address it directly to them, but through me. The Honourable Member for Haliburton, Kawartha Lakes, Brock.
Well, Speaker, I appreciate the comments from the member opposite. I don't think telling the residents of Bolsover that they shouldn't believe their lying eyes. The bridge has been out for 3 long years. It was built in 1902. It's 42 meters long. It's of national historic significance, owned by Parks Canada. The minister announced that no more roads and bridges will be funded by the federal government. And suddenly, Parks Canada announces that the bridge will not be funded. So if the member opposite wants to prove me wrong, and I really hope he does, will the minister commit today to funding the Boundary Road Swing Bridge in Bolsover, yes or no?
The Honourable Parliamentary Secretary.
Speaker, I regularly participate in question period. This is the first time I've heard the member raise this particular issue. And I'm sincere when I say that I'm happy to talk with him after question period to learn more about his particular concern. But I maintain, and through you, of course, Madam Chair, which of the almost 4,000 road, bridge, or highway projects that have been funded just in the province of Ontario alone, where he's from, is he against, Madam Speaker? They want to starve communities of infrastructure funds. We will not allow that. We'll continue to help communities. Thank you very much.
Order. The Honourable for Caribou Prince George.
Madam Speaker, the Tackler First Nation is a rural and remote community in northern BC. They've been asking this government for a safe and sustainable road into their community for 8 years. The existing road is often impassable, leaving Tackler without access to critical emergency services like fire and ambulance. Were the 2 ministers of Indigenous Affairs aware that the radical Minister of Environment and their government were no longer funding critical road infrastructure in Canada, or did they find out through Monday morning media like the Takla First Nation?
Just want to remind the honourable member that he's not to name members. Oh, sorry. The honourable member used a specific language. It's not really acceptable in the House. Sorry.
It's radical that they're not funding road infrastructure.
Yes, I would ask members to restructure their sentence that it's more acceptable. The Honourable Parliamentary Secretary.
Madam Speaker, thank you very much. $223 million for 736 road, bridge, and infrastructure projects in British Columbia, where that member is from. How many did he vote for? Zero, Madam Speaker. Zero. Where is his support for his constituents in his province? I know he's a sincere member. I've heard him speak in the House many times. And so I'm not sure what's happened, if he's been whipped to not support particular the projects that I mentioned here for his province. It's a shame. We'll continue to work with municipalities, towns, and cities to ensure that they have the infrastructure dollars, including for road, bridge, and highway.
The Honourable Member for Montmagny-Lisle, Kamouraska-Rivière-du-Loup. Madam Speaker, this Prime Minister is waging a war on cars. He said that the government has decided not to invest in new road infrastructure. Can you believe that? The Radical Environment Minister did not clarify what he said, and he in fact took things further, saying that the government would block major projects. The people in my riding would be very happy to benefit from the third link. Why is the government against workers in my community and in my region who are just trying to get to work?
To the Minister of Foreign Affairs.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. And the honourable member talks about a war on cars. I want to talk about something that the government is taking seriously and is doing for Canadians when it comes to cars that are being stolen in their communities, an issue in my riding. Last week, I attended the summit to combat auto theft. And at that summit came together stakeholders like police, industry, insurance, CBSA, ports, and all levels of government, and all of them agreed that the way to solve this issue is through coordination and cooperation, not through slogans. Madam Speaker, we're taking this issue seriously and we're taking action. Thank you.
Again, I want to remind members when someone has the floor to please not interrupt them. I've heard lots of comments, and I would just or answers that they wanted to throw there, but I would just ask members to please wait until it's their appropriate time.
The Honourable Member for Repentigny. No to the Chalk River nuclear dump. The federal government cannot support burying nuclear waste on the banks of the Ottawa River. That is the drinking water source for millions of Quebecers. The Nuclear Safety Commission did not listen to Quebecers. The Montreal metropolitan community and its 82 cities are against this. Gatineau is against this. Together, these two entities represent 4.5 million people. That's half the population of Quebec. So, since Chalk River does not have social acceptability, will the minister reverse this decision? The Honourable Parliamentary Secretary. Thank you, Madam Speaker. Thank you for the important question. The Canadian Nuclear Safety Commission is independent, and they do not approve projects if they are not 100% certain that those projects are safe. They will protect Canadians, they will protect the environment, there will be consultations, and they are independent. That's important. The government does not make decisions for the Nuclear Safety Commission. The politicians should not be making decisions for the Nuclear Safety Commission. They are an independent expert commission. They decide what is safe and what should be approved, and we respect them. There will be a judicial review, and we look forward to the results of that review. The Honourable Member for Repentigny. Well, let's talk about the Commission and its approval of Chalk River. During the Commission's consultations, they neglected to mention the opposition of 4.5 million Quebecers and of Indigenous groups. They also forgot to mention that one of the commissioners who authorized the project is a former Chalk River employee, believe that. As for the federal government, the government forgot to mention that it appoints the commissioners and is thus responsible for this flawed approval process. The federal government is putting Quebecers' drinking water at risk with this nuclear dump. Will Ottawa stop hiding and say no to Chalk River? The Honourable Parliamentary Secretary to the Minister for Energy and Natural Resources. Madam Speaker, I disagree with this question from my Bloc Québécois colleague. The Commission is independent. It is made up of experts who study these decisions. Canadians want to know that there are experts reviewing these decisions, leading consultations. Canadians are clear that they don't want politicians making these decisions, so the government is not involved in this decision. We have an independent commission of experts who have led consultations, who will continue to consult, and who will ensure that this site is safe.
Confederation.
Madam Speaker, the Oxford Dictionary defines a fool as a person who acts unwisely or imprudently. It is ironic that this Prime Minister chose April Fool's Day to increase his carbon tax by a whopping 23%, increasing the misery that many Canadian families face. This tax is not a joke, Madam Speaker. After 8 years of this Prime Minister, and now his plan to quadruple the carbon tax, he's just not worth the cost. Will this NDP Liberal government cancel their April foolish carbon tax increase?
Honourable Ministre.
Honourable Minister.
Mr. Speaker, unlike the Conservatives who deny that climate change exists and who want to take money away from Canadians, what we are doing with the rebate is putting money back in their pockets. That's $1,100 to Ontario families, $1,800 to Alberta families, $1,200 for Manitoba families, and the list goes on, Mr. Speaker. And I'd just like to ask the opposition, does it make common sense to deny climate change and to cut benefits for Canadian families, including the carbon rebate?
Hear, hear.
Before I go to the next question, I just want to remind the member that he's not to ask something indirectly, say something indirectly. Yes, I mean the previous question was bordered on indirectly what he could say, can't say directly. So I just want to caution him on that. The honour member for Calgary Confederation.
That's just bloody foolish, Madam Speaker. She just doesn't understand. Okay, as long as... Perfect. Okay, on the minister's response? Okay, the honourable member for Calgary Confederation. On the minister's response, that was just bloody foolish, Madam Speaker. She doesn't understand that if you tax the farmer that grows the food and you tax the trucker who ships the food, then you tax the people who buy the food. Already, a typical family of four will have to pay $700 more in groceries in 2024 compared to last year. And the carbon tax makes up a quarter of their home heating bills. This NDP Liberal government isn't fooling anyone anymore with their April Fool's Day tax hike. Can't we all agree that now is not the time for higher taxes? Axe the bloody tax.
Yeah.
The Honourable Minister for Climate Change.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. And I would like to remind...
Order. I'm sure that the honourable members want to hear the answer. The Honourable Minister.
The Honourable Minister.
Speaker, I would like to remind the colleague opposite that in the Ag Committee last week, one of Canada's foremost expert on food policy, Sylvain Charlebois from Dalhousie University, said, and I quote, Madam Speaker, we don't see the evidence of that, talking about the impact of carbon pricing on food in Canada. And actually, they invited him to speak at the Ag Committees, Madam Speaker, so I think we have it here. The Bank of Canada has said that pricing pollution is not having a material impact on inflation in Canada. It's less than 0.5%. We know that we...
The honourable member for Cypress Hills Grasslands.
Madam Speaker, the Prime Minister blew over $60 million taxpayer dollars for his Arrive scam app in a corruption scandal that's looking worse day by day. This NDP Liberal government is also going to force grocery, gas and home heating prices to go up on April 1st as they increase the carbon tax another 23%. After 8 years of being scammed and robbed by this Prime Minister, Canadians know that he's not worth the cost or the corruption. So why won't he just admit that his income redistribution scam is toast and just axe the tax?
Hear, hear. The Honourable Parliamentary Secretary to the Minister of Innovation, Science and Industry.
Madam Speaker, the hypocrisy of the Conservatives is just off the charts. Conservatives use the hardship of people that are in food bank lineups for political gain, but when it comes to actually helping Canadians, they're nowhere to be found. They adamantly oppose every real solution we put forward. They've said no to a grocery rebate. They are delaying competition reforms. They voted against a framework for implementing a national school food program. It's appalling. And just a couple of weeks ago, we learned that their top advisor to the leader of the opposition, Jenny Byrne, is a lobbyist for Loblaws. Well, Canadians can tell whose corner they're in, and it's...
The Honourable Member for Lac Saint Louis. Madam Speaker, we are proud of Quebec's businesses. They create jobs and they support economic growth. The member for Chicoutimi-Le-Fjord mentioned during a parliamentary committee meeting that there is sometimes a lack of financing and funding for businesses, but the Conservatives voted against funding for businesses. Can the minister responsible for the Economic Development Agency of Canada and the regions of Quebec tell us how our government's programs support the growth and resilience of the supply chains of Quebec's companies? The Honourable Minister. Thank you, Madam Speaker. Indeed, the Economic Development Agency of Canada for the regions of Quebec has existed for 50 years, and in that time it has supported billions of dollars worth of support for businesses in Quebec. On the one hand, members of the Conservative Party, Quebecers, say that they want to support businesses, but then they vote against funding against the agency's funding for programs. They voted against, for example, the Regional Economic Growth Fund. I will continue to work with the member for Lac Saint Louis to support all of Quebec's regions and all of Quebec's businesses. Thank you, Madam Speaker.
Madam Speaker, after 8 years, this NDP Liberal government is going to raise the tax on beer, wine, and spirits again on April 1st for the 8th year in a row. Wow. Most Canadians can barely afford to eat, heat, and house themselves, and we know that this Prime Minister is not worth the cost, but our brewers, vintners, and distillers know that this government is harming their industries. For once, will they cancel this year's undemocratic automatic tax increase and bring back happy hour for Canadians?
The Honourable Parliamentary Secretary.
What we will ensure, Madam Speaker, is a continued competitive environment for brewers and vintners, and that environment is one that allows for people to go out and buy their beer or buy their wine or whatever they wish to do with their free time. In this country, we want to ensure continued success. And what do we see? A very low unemployment rate, lower than what was the case before the pandemic, a better GDP rate as compared to before the pandemic. They want to cut EI, they want to cut CP, they want to cut the dental benefit, the child care benefit, all of it, Madam Speaker.
The Honourable Member for Calgary Rocky Ridge.
The Parliamentary Secretary wants to help Canadians and help industry by raising their taxes 8 years in a row. On Canada's taxes on beer, wine, and spirits are already among the highest in the entire world. Brewers spend more than twice as much on production tax than they do on wages for their well-paid unionized workers, proving that this Prime Minister is not worth the cost to Canadian jobs. If this NDP Liberal government can't give happy hour back to Canadian consumers, will they at least axe the automatic tax increase on industry, exporters, small businesses, unionized production workers, retailers, and restaurant servers?
The Honourable Parliamentary Secretary.
As I said, Madam Speaker, we will continue to do everything we can to ensure a competitive environment for brewers, for the vintner sector, and for all Canadian businesses. But it's interesting, the member talks about unions. That's what stood out in his question. The Conservative Party is the party of unions all of a sudden? I couldn't think of anything less true. Throughout their tenure in office from 2006 to 2015, they did everything they could to make sure that unions had no power, no role in this country's decision-making. We've engaged in unions, we've engaged with Labour, we'll continue to do exactly that.
The Honourable Member for Regina, Wascana.
Madam Speaker, after 8 years of this Liberal NDP government, this Prime Minister is just not worth the cost. On April 1st, he will once again be raising his carbon tax by 23% on gas, groceries, and home heating. Also on April 1st, he will be raising his excise tax on beer, wine, and spirits by another 4.7%. When will this Prime Minister stop his cruel April Fool's Day jokes and give Canadians a break?
The Honourable Minister.
Actually quite interested in the member opposite's question, because what he's effectively saying is that he is not in favor of the members and his people in his province receiving $1,500 in the carbon rebate that our government, is putting back in the pockets of Canadians. So $1,500, Madam Speaker, and that's along with rebates across our country, $1,100 in Ontario, $1,200 in Manitoba. The contrast is clear.
The honourable member for Kitchener South, Hespeler.
Madam Speaker, this April, residents of Kitchener South Hespeler will be receiving their first quarterly installment of the Canada Carbon Rebate. Can the Minister of Environment and Climate Change Canada share with this House how these rebates are reducing emissions while making life more affordable for Canadians in provinces where the federal backstop system applies?
The Honourable Minister of Environment and Climate Change.
The Canada Carbon Rebate is increasing, and Ontario Family of Four will receive $280 for family of four per quarterly payments throughout the year. What we're doing, Madam Speaker, is we're making big polluters pay more for their pollution. What the Conservative Party wants to do is make pollution free for those big polluters. Like oil companies, we're making record level profits. Not on this side of the House, Madam Speaker. We will work to continue fighting climate change, supporting Canadian through the Canada Carbon Rebate, and help fight climate change.
The honourable member for London Fanshawe.
A 75-year-old Palestinian Canadian is stuck in Gaza, and he is in poor health and he needs medical care. He went to Rafah, and no Canadian ambassadors were there to help him leave. His son, my constituent, told me that his father has been used as a human shield by the Israeli military to force Gazans out of their homes. He is worried sick. This government has had 4 months to secure the safe passage of Canadians out of Gaza. Other countries have done it, so why can't this government ensure the safe return of Canadians and their families from Gaza?
The Honourable Parliamentary Secretary.
Thank you, Madam Speaker, and I thank the honourable member for her advocacy. I know that she reached out to the minister about this case yesterday, as have other MPs reached out to me personally about this case. We are in constant contact with our consular officials in the region. We're also in contact with the relevant countries, with COGAT, which is the body that is in charge of whether or not people can leave. We're deeply troubled when we hear stories of these Canadians who are unable to leave Gaza, and we will continue our advocacy, and we will not stop until we get all Canadians home. Thank you, Madam Speaker.
The honourable member for Spadina, Fort York.
Madam Speaker, in Toronto, auto thefts have increased by 25.4%, and $500 million worth of cars were stolen last year. Because this government was asleep at the wheel, our cities are not only less safe, experts are projecting car insurance premiums could be going up by as much as 25%. On average, that's an extra $600 a year that people cannot afford. Madam Speaker, auto theft summits make for good photo ops, so what people need is action. The government must put up serious roadblocks to combat thefts. Will the government finally give police and the CBSA the tools, funding, and personnel they desperately need to keep us safe?
The Honourable Parliamentary Secretary.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. And it's unfortunate the honourable member calls the summit that was held last week a photo op. I and my colleagues were there and actually heard from stakeholders. We heard from insurance companies, and I spoke to one of the chiefs of police who said, not only is this important, but we need to do this more often and formalize these kind of dialogues, because the only way that we will solve the problem of auto theft is by working together, by working with insurance companies, by working with border services, and making the kind of investments like $120 million to Ontario through the initiative to take action against guns and violence, which the minister just introduced recently, and $28 million to support the work of CBSA.
And that brings us to the end of question period. Have a good weekend, those of you who are having to exit, or in a good week in the constituency. Tabling of documents. The Honourable Parliamentary Secretary to the Minister of Health.
Sub 2, and consistent with the policy on the tabling of treaties in Parliament, I have the honour to table in both official languages the treaty entitled Amendments to the International Health Regulations 2005, adopted at Geneva on May 28, 2022. Thank you.
Tabling of documents. Introduction of government bills. Statements by ministers.
Reports from interparliamentary delegation. Presenting reports from committees.
The honourable member for Edmonton West.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. I have the honor to present in both official languages the 13th report of the Standing Committee on Government Operations and Estimates, the Mighty Ogo, in relation to the motion adopted on Wednesday, February 14, 2024, regarding a request to the Auditor General of Canada to conduct a performance audit on the contracts awarded to GC Strategies. Thank you, Madam Speaker.
Presenting reports from committees. Dépôt de projet de loi émanant des députés.
Introduction of private members' bills. First reading of Senate public bills.
Sénat. Motion.
Presenting petition.
The honourable member for Dauphin, Swan River, Nipawin.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. It's an honor to present a petition on behalf of constituents. Madam Speaker, I rise for the 32nd time on behalf of the people of Swan River, Manitoba, to present a petition on the rising rate of crime. The community of Swan River is consumed with unprecedented levels of crime because of this government's soft-on-crime laws like Bill C-5 and Bill C-75. Bill C-5 allows criminals to serve their sentences from home, and Bill C-75 allows violent offenders to be in jail in the morning and back on the streets in the evening. The people of Swan River are calling for jail, not bail, for violent repeat offenders. Madam Speaker, the people of Swan River demand that this Liberal government repeal their soft-on-crime policies that directly threaten their livelihoods and their community. I support the good people of Swan River.
Presenting petitions, the honourable for Red Deer, Mountain View.
Madam Speaker, today I rise to table a petition on behalf of correctional officers in Mission, Mascot, Fraser Canyon, and surrounding areas who are concerned about the prison needle exchange program currently being operated by Correctional Services Canada. Drugs and drug paraphernalia are considered contraband in prisons, yet this government is forcing our correctional officers to simply turn a blind eye and allow dangerous drugs to be used inside of prisons. These correctional officers are calling on the government to immediately cancel the prison needle exchange program, stop permitting the use of illicit drugs in Canadian prisons, and to focus efforts on helping inmates recover from their addictions. Thank you, Madam Speaker.
Presenting petitions, the honourable member for Yorkton Melville.
You have to get up.
I'm from Yorkton Melville, Madam Speaker, so it's for me? Okay, thank you very much. It was a little confusing. Gotcha. Okay, thank you. Well, Madam Speaker, I'm bringing forward two petitions today. The first one is in regard to the fact that all of us in this House know that the level of domestic violence and violent crimes across Canada has risen significantly under this government. It's also well established in this House and across Canada that the risk of violence against pregnant women is greater. And yet this government fails to bring in any legislation that impacts our criminal code in this regard. And so these individuals, upset that this government turned a blind eye to C-311, they are calling on them to legislate the abuse of a pregnant woman and the infliction of harm on a preborn child as aggravating circumstances at the sentencing point within our criminal code. Yes, it is. The second one is in regard to sexually explicit information and demeaning depicting sexual violence on our online that is absolutely available to young people. It's made available for commercial purposes and is not protecting any effective age verification methods. Apparently, this Parliament recognizes that the harmful effects of the increasing accessibility of sexual explicit materials online for young persons is an important public health and public safety concern. And therefore, they are calling on this House to adopt Bill S-210, Protecting Young Persons from Exposure to Pornography Act. Thank you, Madam Speaker.
Petitions, the honourable member for Kitchener South Hespeler.
Madam Speaker, it is my honour to rise in this House to present a petition signed by 75 members of the Canadian-Ukrainian community in the Waterloo region, calling on all parliamentarians to reaffirm our unwavering commitment to Ukraine by supporting BC-57, the updated Canada-Ukraine Free Trade Agreement, which was requested by Ukraine. This will assist them in their rebuilding efforts of the illegal invasion of Ukraine by Vladimir Putin. I'm pleased to report to the community that this bill was in fact passed last week with the support of all members of Parliament, save and except those members of the Conservatives.
So just a reminder that the honourable members are to do summary of the petitions and not give additional information as far as for their points of view or to use it as an SO31. The presenting petitions, the honourable member for Langley-Aldergrove.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. I rise to present a petition signed by 75 people in my community to draw Parliament's attention to the plight of Pakistani Christians who are persecuted for their faith, who do not receive the protection from their government, and who have fled to Thailand, where they continue to face persecution while they await their Canadian visa applications to proceed. They are calling upon the House of Commons to create a special status for Pakistani asylum seekers who continue to suffer mistreatment in Thailand, and to renew with increased urgency the Government of Canada's 2016 recommendation made in Thailand on the need for asylum seekers to have access to legal status. A number of the people who signed this application are themselves refugees from Thailand, from Pakistan via Thailand. In these circumstances, they're very happy to have Canada as their new home, but they remain concerned for those left behind. Thank you.
Petitions, the honourable member for Kelowna Lake Country.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. I have two petitions to table today. The first petition is from residents in my community of Kelowna Lake Country and surrounding area, and it refers to natural health products, NHPs, as being a basic everyday products, and that the changes that the Health Canada is looking at doing will cause consumer prices to rise significantly and consumer choice to decline drastically. When inflation is at an all-time high and access to health care is at an all-time low, Health Canada recently proposed new and significant fees to import, manufacture, and sell NHPs at the same time they are implementing new labeling laws. And so the petitioners are calling on the Minister of Health to work with the industry with adjusting Health Canada's proposed cost recovery rates to accurately reflect the size and scope of the industry, and that the new regulatory changes should only be considered once the self-care framework is adjusted and backlogs are cleared and operations are running efficiently, and there are policies and procedures in place to ensure stable operation and selection of natural health product choices that they continue for Canadians. The second petition that I have today is with respect to the carbon tax. And so petitioners, just to summarize, talk about the combination of carbon tax 1 and carbon tax 2, which means that Canadians will pay an extra 61 cents for each litre of gas. This is making life more expensive for Canadians in a cost of living crisis. And so the petitioners are calling on the Government of Canada to have the House recognize the failure of carbon tax 1 and call on the government to immediately cancel the clean fuel regulations. Thank you, Madam Speaker.
Presenting petitions, the honourable member for Sturgeon River Parkland.
Well, thank you, Madam Speaker. I'm very pleased to rise today to present a petition on behalf of my constituents who are firefighters and in industries related to firefighting. They're very concerned over the very poor provisions for volunteer firefighters, the very low tax credit that they believe is not large enough to support firefighters that are volunteer firefighters that are particularly needed in rural communities that do not necessarily have the fiscal capacity to support a full-time firefighter force. The petitioners are asking this government to implement changes to support volunteer firefighters, and they're also calling on this House to pass Bill C-310 to raise the tax credit for volunteer firefighters. Thank you, Madam Speaker.
Presenting petitions. Présentation de pétitions. Questions on the order paper. The Honourable Parliamentary Secretary to the Minister for Women and Gender Equality and Youth.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. I ask that all questions be allowed to stand.
Agreed and so ordered. Orders of the day, ordre du jour.
Orders of the day, government orders, government bills, commons. Resuming consideration of a motion respecting Senate amendments to Bill C-35, Canada Early Learning and Childcare Act.
The honourable member for Cypress Hills Grasslands had 18 minutes the last time that this matter was before the House.
Well, thanks again, Madam Speaker. And as I said before, it's always an honour to rise in this House, and it's great to be able to speak about such an important issue as what we are talking about here today, which is childcare, and in particular the Senate amendments. So, Madam Speaker, I mean, again, I guess the fact that we are back here today goes to show, so I'm sure my colleagues here today would agree that there's always room for improvement when we are looking at any piece of legislation. But it's especially true when we're dealing with an NDP Liberal government, such as we are now. And that is what we tried to tell them during the regular process of debate the first time through. If this Liberal government decides that it wants to involve itself in something, it really needs to make sure that it gets things right and doesn't create a mess of things. As usual, these Liberals chose not to take their responsibility seriously. Instead, they tried to blame us and play political games at the expense of Canadian families. They claimed we were delaying the bill when we were simply doing our job as the official opposition. Our Parliament is set up in certain ways for a reason. We have to consider and review what the government does carefully, or else there's trouble. And look what happens if we don't. Was it a delay when a few months went by for senators to go through the bill and add this amendment? As a result, we are having another round of debate and a vote in the House. But in this case, that's probably a good thing. Many people agree from each party that the bill will be better for it. If we consider that it's dealing with childcare, which is a complex and important issue, I think it's fair to say that there are other things we also need to consider. We don't have to worry about a delay so much as the Liberal government making big announcements and rushing through legislation so they can try to look good and feel good about themselves. Canadians living in the real world have a lot of problems to face. They're counting on us to deliver solutions in the right way. Along with protecting official language minority communities, which is now reflected in C-35, Conservatives propose other amendments which were rejected by the NDP Liberals, including, Mr. Speaker, an amendment which would have basically done the exact same thing that we are debating here today with this Senate amendment, was voted down previously by the NDP Liberal government at committee. Mr. Speaker, the lack of respect for parents from this government is quite apparent. And in different ways, we have heard members of the Liberal NDP government suggest that parents don't have the right to raise their own children. Recently, one of them went so far as to say that there is no such thing as parental rights. There is a dangerous idea which the far left has, and it seems to be gaining ground on that side. They think children should belong to the state and not.
Appel au règlement, je reconnais l'honorable député.
On a point of order.
In the House. Nous allons vérifier.
We'll check.
Nous n'avons pas le quorum, donc.
We don't have quorum, so we're going to ring the bells.
Nous avons le quorum.
We do have quorum, so the honourable member can continue his speech. There's 15 minutes left.
Well, now they all come running back in to hear this marvelous speech, which I'm getting, despite the heckles from the NDP guys over here. But
We're going to talk about the far left.
All right. So, thankfully, we haven't got to the point yet that they want to get us to. But when we hear people deny the primary role of parents to raise their own children, that's the line of thinking that will start to take us in a dangerous direction. Our approach to childcare must respect parents and their choices. We can't expect the NDP Liberal coalition to get things right if they don't have that solid foundation to begin with. Speaker, childcare is crucial. Canadian parents know it better than anyone. As Conservatives, we want to meet the needs of families, and we understand how valuable and important it is to do so. It's common sense, especially in today's world, which moves at a rapid pace. We need to maintain and support the family unit. Children are a gift. Those of us who are parents know how much they change our lives. They give us purpose and direction. They bring joy and pride as they grow up, despite some of the difficulties that we sometimes have to go through as parents with our kids. Not to sound too cliche, but our kids are the future of society. That's why it's so important that we provide the right support to parents as they raise the next generation. There are people out there looking for options that are affordable and help to build the lifestyle they want for their family. For many, it's a struggle, and I've heard about it in my own riding, which is largely rural. Last month at a town hall in East End, as I was talking about at the beginning, I was asked about the lack of access and spaces in our area. It confirmed for me that not much has changed since I did, or as part of another town hall in Maple Creek a couple years ago, where one of the prominent issues was also childcare. I would say that as the most rural province, Saskatchewan is in a unique situation. We have so many small towns that are so spread out, so there is an especially stark contrast between urban and rural. The access to childcare is linked to our access to workers. Business owners in the Southwest are struggling to hire, but it wasn't a shortage of applicants. It was a shortage of daycare facilities for potential hires to have their kids taken care of. So unfortunately, these interviewees moved on, got another job outside of Maple Creek, and left these businesses still wanting. What's sad, Mr. Speaker, is that Maple Creek is just a phenomenal town. Houses are still decently affordable, the school is great, and it's not too far from the Cypress Hills. It's a quick drive to some of the other major centers in both Alberta and Saskatchewan. It's just an all-around great place for a family. Yet people are choosing to not raise their kids there, in part because they can't find access to childcare. We want to see this bill include a wide range of childcare options, which should be available to parents. And that's what the NDP Liberals rejected. You know, one of the amendments that we had proposed was to make sure that we included all types of providers, private providers, home-based providers, alongside public and not-for-profit providers, just to make sure that all types of home care options are eligible. In fact, in Saskatchewan, there's over 87,574 children under age 6 in our province, but the majority of them are not in licensed care and receive no benefit from the implementation of the government's child care strategy. This government has a one-size-fits-all approach for parents. The bill says to Canadians, it's okay, don't worry about it, let the government take care of your kids. And that's basically it. The bill overlooks many families who want to have some other options, including stay-at-home parents. But many Canadians don't want that from the government. They believe that what is best for their family is that they stay home with the kids and live off of one income. By no means is it easy, and I'm speaking from my own personal experience. It requires determination and sacrifice, but for my family and for thousands and thousands of Canadians, the right decision is to have a stay-at-home parent. Last time when I spoke on this bill, I did share my own family's experience with stay-at-home parenting, and I'd like to touch on that point once again here. Shortly after my wife and I were married, and while our first child was on the way, we sat down and we discussed how we can make it work for my wife to be a stay-at-home mom, because that was something that she truly wanted and was near and dear to her heart. And we also thought that that was what would be best for our kids in the long run. The decision to live on one income was definitely an adjustment, and we got by for nearly a decade until she went back to work in 2019 when the kids were old enough. Mr. Speaker, I would suggest that we are better off for it. You know, some of the adventures that we had driving our old minivan, different things like that, where we had to make decisions on buying older, more well-used vehicles to make sure that we could make ends meet, was definitely part of the joy and the struggle at times of being deciding to live on one income and to have my wife be a stay-at-home parent. But now, yes, we supported this bill because there are Canadians, Mr. Speaker, who are in different situations and make other choices, and they are looking for support too. Not all Canadians can survive on one income. We know that, we get that, especially with the cost of living crisis spiraling out of control because of this government. But for those who are able and choose to do so, they are completely overlooked by this Liberal government. Instead of supporting Canadians who choose to live as independently of government as possible, this government continues to throw program and program at Canadians as if they can't run their own lives. Last June, the member for Milton said to me, and I'll quote, "When women go back to work, they tend to earn money and pay taxes, and that pays for programs like this. I would like the member to appreciate that." End quote. But Speaker, I didn't need him to tell me that. There are mothers who work and contribute to our economy. But my point is this: parents are more than just simply taxpayers. The family is the basis of society, not the government. Strong parents make stronger families, and altogether they make for a strong society. If a woman doesn't want to go back to work after she has kids, we shouldn't just let her. We should help her. For the member to consider that women are nothing more than a taxpayer is a frightening insinuation. Does the Liberal government just view Canadians, especially Canadian moms, as just a source of income? If so, that's really worrying. The state is not the be-all, end-all solution for everything. Parents don't get up in the morning and head out the door to their jobs thinking with pride about the taxes that are going to be carved out of their paychecks, but rather about how to pay for the food that their children are going to eat, about how they're going to pay for the mortgage that puts a roof over their heads, but how they're going to make enough money, save enough money to hopefully go on a holiday, go on a vacation, or maybe have their kids sign up to play hockey, or put their kids in gymnastics, or have their kids take music lessons, some of the finer things that we are able to do as Canadian citizens. But you can't put a dollar value on parenting. It is certainly not $10 a day. Parenting, for many of us, is something that we are in our bones, is what we were created for. This government is looking at Canadians, thinking about its return on investment, and not how it can support Canadians living life the way they want to, including as a stay-at-home parent. A mother that chooses to leave the workforce is not an extra cost to society. She is not a burden or a strain or a negative by any stretch of the imagination. Moms are not a commodity to be given a dollar value. People have tried to determine the hourly cost of motherhood, that a mom's work is worth about $180,000 a year. Mr. Speaker, the work of a mother is absolutely priceless. You can't put a dollar value on it. This line of thinking, with the government's belief that women must get back to work to pay their taxes, inherently devalues that work, the sacrifice, and the unconditional love that mothers give. While childcare might be $10 a day with the rollout of this bill, there can never be a price put on being a mom or a dad, for that matter. Our kids are our future, and their youngest years are the most important years of their life. Don't you think that mom and dad should be with them as much as possible during that time frame? The role of the government is to act in the best interest of its citizens. So why aren't we doing everything in our power to ensure that our children have the strongest start possible? As I said, this bill is narrow. It ignores and leaves behind other child care options. Back home, we know that many families share child care responsibilities. Family friends are all brought to someone's house, and a stay-at-home parent takes care of them all for the day. No government intervention, no subsidies, just community coming together to find a solution to their needs. Canadians that rely on others for their child care, people from their church, their neighbors, their co-workers, should be encouraged to do just that. But they shouldn't be forced to put their kids into a government-sanctioned daycare. For the private child care groups put together between friends, for the stay-at-home moms who choose to leave the workforce because they see the value in spending every day with their kids, this government leaves them wanting. The government must do more to tackle affordability and to enable parents to spend time with their kids. Parents know their kids better than anyone and will love their kids more than anyone else ever will. This government should not encourage the separation of child and parent, but should be actively working towards a country in which parents can spend as much time with their kids as possible. 53% of child care centers in the country are licensed and therefore excluded. They're unlicensed and therefore excluded from this legislation. And so too are the 35% of parents whose child is not in child care, as they would rather stay at home with them. Whether you're from urban or rural Canada, Vancouver or Swift Current, Toronto or Shaunavon, childcare is something all Canadians need. Whether it's private, at a co-op, or maybe it's over at your grandparents' house. It could be a stay-at-home parent or a group of parents that have agreed to cycle taking care of the kids. However it presents itself, we know that this bill overlooks nearly all of those people. That doesn't even consider the fact that this scheme doesn't do anything to create new spaces. It is not growing access, which for people in the Southwest matters the most. In Saskatchewan, only 10% of kids aged 0 to 12 have access to daycare, either full or part-time. Between the ages of 0 and 6, the ages managed by the agreement between the Government of Saskatchewan and the Government of Canada, that's just under 18%. For example, there was one daycare facility in Saskatoon. They've got 90 spots available in their day home. And she said that her waiting list for people to come is 1,900 people on that waiting list. That's 1,900 kids and families who are being overlooked by this government. Sure, the government might be trying to make daycare more affordable, but if Canadians can't get their kids into the daycare, where is the benefit? Across the provinces, we see some different approaches when it comes to delivering access to education, for example. When I come over here to Ontario and hear something in the news about how the multiple school boards work, it sounds different from the arrangements we have made in Saskatchewan or from how education funding is delivered in Alberta. Each province is responsible for its own needs in that area. We need to see the same respect shown to provinces when it comes to early child care as well. If I can, I also want to say something which my Quebec colleagues might appreciate. I hope we can work together to find some common ground whenever possible. Our friends over in Quebec already have their own child care system, which has been running for decades already. I have to admit that I'm not completely familiar with all of the details of child care in Quebec or with discussions they're having about it in that part of the country, but they generally do seem to be happy with it. That was long before this government in Ottawa brought forward their version of a program for national child care at the federal level. They shouldn't take the credit for what Quebec is doing. They also shouldn't assume that what works in one province will work exactly the same in other provinces. There are different histories, cultures, and values to consider. The choice of parents matters the most. We need to expand their choices and not limit them, including through an affordability crisis. At the end of the day, a lot of the problem they face comes down to is a country where people can barely afford to live at all. After all, 51% of Canadians are $200 away from bankruptcy. Most women in Canada are having fewer children than they want to, and it's partly because they can't deal with the economic burden that does come with parenthood. The root of the problem isn't childcare, it's affordability. It's the fact that Canadians aren't earning enough money to raise a family. The government shouldn't be putting a Band-Aid on the problems created by this government with social programs. It needs to address the very real concerns faced by Canadians so they can have the kids that they want and that they can raise them however they want without the government telling them what exactly it is that they are supposed to be doing. Thank you very much, Mr. Speaker.
Questions et commentaires. Je reconnais l'honorable secrétaire parlementaire du ministre de l'Environnement et du Changement climatique et de la ministre des Sports et de l'Activité physique.
Merci.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
Opportunity to re-engage my friend and colleague in conversation about childcare. He did quote one of the things that I said to him in this debate, I think at least 6 months ago now, and what we were talking about then is the fact that our government brought forth changes to the Canada Child Benefit, which allows parents the choice to go down to one income and have their Canada Child Benefit fill in that gap quite dramatically. And that then allows a parent to parent from home. They can take a maternity or paternity leave. They can rely on grandparent supports, as my colleague pointed out. But throughout his speech, my colleague from the Conservatives continually pointed to big government programs and subsidies. And I couldn't help but think he was talking about the Canada Child Benefit. And now he talked about a time in his life where they made a decision as a family to go down to one income, and it was a bit more challenging than it would have been if both parents were working, and I acknowledge that. Now, two things. Wouldn't it have been great if there was a subsidized child care program available so that when there was time to do chores or shopping or anything like that, a little bit of extra help for $10 a day? And wouldn't it have also been good in his speech if he acknowledged the role that Canada Child Benefit played in the affordability? Thank you, Mr.
L'honorable député de Cypress Hills, Grasslands.
Well, Mr. Speaker, through you, thank you to him for the question. But I mean, here's the problem. There is no, we'll call it surge capacity or flex capacity in daycare. Daycare is not just a simple thing that you can just go and drop a kid off for an hour or two and hope that they're going to look after you. That's not the way it works. People are struggling to even find a space for a kid for the hours of work. But to think that you can just go and drop a kid off for an hour or two, that's not possible. And my wife, the way that we decided to raise our kids, we take our kids with us everywhere. It's part of the process of raising a kid. It's also part, when I come home after work, I would take my turn to be with the kids, make sure that they were either napping or that their diapers were changed, doing all the things that I could, so that way my wife could go and do some of the things that she wanted to do. That's the role of having two parents actively engaged in the house, and that is something that this program doesn't take into consideration.
Questions et commentaires, l'honorable député.
The honourable member for Repentigny. I'd like to thank my colleague for his speech. He talked at length about his family and said that it suited their way of doing things. However, I looked at the stats in Saskatchewan, and there are 27% of families are single-parent families. And as we know, they tend to be lower-income families. Things are harder for single-parent families. In Quebec, the creation of the early childhood centres actually helps fight poverty, specifically for single-parent families. So I'd like my colleague to, well, it seems to me that's a good idea to provide a childcare program to the entire population. Others may make other choices, and they're free to do that. But in order to reduce poverty, that's a good way of going about it. The honourable member for Cypress Hills Grasslands.
Yeah, I want to thank her for her question and for the point that she raised, because I do think that a part of the Canadian population that gets forget about probably more than anybody is single mothers, right? And I think that, so I'm happy that she raised that point. And I think if this program were to be focused on ensuring that those women, first of all, were prioritized, I think that would have been a better direction to go with a program like this. If we're going to be subsidizing daycare nationally, I think that would have been a much better approach to go to, because that is a segment of society that needs or is looking to get more help than people who still have two parents in the home. So I think making sure that we are focused on the right groups, the right segments of society, that's what the government needs to do more.
Questions et commentaires, l'honorable député de Winnipeg.
Questions and comments, the honourable member for Winnipeg Centre.
Mr. Speaker, I'm always humoured when I see some of the Conservatives male talk about the plight of the single mother. I actually was one. But in any case, he spoke a lot about unpaid care work that's done by women. And it's primarily done by women, I would agree. Child rearing, looking after aging parents. One of the reasons I put forward a guaranteed livable basic income to provide income for unpaid care work. I know he spoke a lot about his partner through you, Mr. Speaker, about how the amount she should be paid is worth $180,000 a year. I'm wondering if he would support his wife supporting my bill and giving her a guaranteed livable basic income so she could live in dignity and not in poverty while she raises his kids at home.
L'honorable député de Cypress.
The honourable member for Cypress Hills Grassland.
Well, Mr. Speaker, my wife, she gets her dignity through the fact that she is able to be a mother. She was raising her kids. She doesn't get her dignity through government handouts to her. That's not where she derives her value from. My wife knows that the value that she brings to our family unit is the way that she raises our kids, the way that we purposely sat down together to formulate that plan so that she could have the best possible opportunity to go ahead. We did that without government intervention because we don't think that it's up to the government to tell us how to raise our money or how to spend our money and how to raise our kids. But again, my wife gets her dignity not from government. She gets it from the things that she is able to do and to contribute, and that is to raise our kids. And now she has the freedom to be able to go back to work, and she has done that. And she continues to be the most amazing mother to our 3 kids.
Questions et commentaires, nous allons de...
Questions and comments. The honourable member for Peterborough-Kawartha.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker, and thank you so much to my colleague. I love how he speaks about his wife and his children, and to know him on a personal level, I know how valuable his children are and family life are to him. In regards to the stats, and to go back to what he was talking about with the single moms, you know, we have the stats here right now coming out of this childcare program, and to reiterate what he was saying, 77% of high-income parents access childcare versus 41% of low-income families. Does he think that we should be prioritizing those that are most vulnerable, those that need this most, who are not getting access to this fairly? It is proven through the stats that this $10 a day childcare program by the Liberals and NDP is not equitable. What does he have to say about that?
L'honorable député de Cypress Hills.
The honourable member for Cypress Hills Grassland.
Yeah, Mr. Speaker, I want to thank my colleague for raising another excellent point, and I do need to thank her for all the time and effort and hard work that she has put into this particular topic, so I know it's something she is very passionate about as a fantastic mother herself. You know, when the government is designing and developing programs, that's who it should be targeted to. That it should be looking after people who are the most vulnerable, people who are the most at risk. So when we hear alarming statistics like that, the people who this program should be geared towards are struggling to even find a space, let alone access into this program, that's very alarming. You know, and it's also, there's other government policies out there that disproportionately affect and impact single mothers, one of them being the carbon tax and also the clean fuel standards and the clean electricity standards that the government is putting forward. And they were listed as the most vulnerable to be impacted in a negative way by those standards, yet they're plowing ahead with it anyway.
Questions et commentaires, l'honorable.
Questions and comments. The Honourable Parliamentary Secretary to the Minister for Indigenous Services.
I'll take this opportunity to highlight that in my province of New Brunswick, advocates have been calling for decades for access to a public childcare system. They're really excited to see the advancements that our government has made. Of course, we need to be there to support providers as this transition occurs and moves us to where we really want to see this access for the $10 a day. But unfortunately, the member also decided to take a swipe at the most vulnerable and speak about, again, this issue around the guise of parental rights. And so I'd really like to ask him that question with regards to what's happening in Alberta with consideration of parental rights. What does he say to the parents who want gender-affirming care for their children but can now no longer access it because of government imposition? Thank you.
The
Honourable Member for Cypress Hills Grasslands.
Well, Mr. Speaker, I think it's important to say that she's misrepresenting what's going on. Parents that want gender-affirming care, the government is not going to be standing in the way. The Premier of Alberta made that abundantly clear. What the people don't want to see is the government forcing or swaying or moving the conversation a certain way without parents being part of the conversation, because parents are the first caregiver for our children, not the state. So that's the most fundamental thing that people need to know and to understand, is that we view that parents need to be at the table always when it comes to decisions for our own children, right? So I want to make sure that my biggest point, like I said, parents need to be number one as a caregiver for children, and that's what we're focused on.
Resuming debate.
L'honorable.
The Honourable Member for Kelowna Lake Country.
Great. Thank you very much, Mr. Speaker. It looks like the Liberals have chosen to not continue speaking on this, so I'm very proud to be coming up on this on behalf of the residents of Kelowna Lake Country. I will be splitting my time with the member for Sturgeon River Parkland. There were amendments that were brought forth from the Senate on Bill C-35 on childcare, which is why we're here today. And I would like to recognize the member for Peterborough Kawartha and her team for all of their work on this bill, as well as for reaching out to parents and childcare providers across the country. And also to all of our Conservative members of the Human Resources Committee who brought forth common sense amendments on this bill. Which were not accepted by the NDP Liberal Coalition, which I will speak to shortly. Childcare is an issue of great importance to many families in my community and to the operators who run these centres, taking care of our most important asset, our children. I want to thank them for the vital and important work that they do. And as a working mom myself, childcare was very important to me and our family. And this was back when maternity leave was only 6 months. I've unfortunately heard from many residents of Kelowna Lake Country about the shortage of daycare spaces as well as the unaffordability of childcare. I've also heard from operators, often young female entrepreneurs, about the challenges they are facing as well, which, if not resolved, may well put them out of business for good, leaving families struggling to find childcare space that does not exist. As the Conservative Vice Chair of the Standing Committee on Human Resources, Skills and Social Development and the Status of Persons with Disabilities, I'm very familiar with Bill C-35 as it came before Conservative colleagues and I at this committee. We have to remember that this legislation is coming after agreements were actually signed and implemented with the provinces already. Conservatives also offered several other amendments at the committee stage to correct serious failures in this legislation, faults which have been apparent from the beginning of this NDP Liberal government's approach to childcare. Sadly, those amendments were voted down, and as a result, many of the consequences of their approach we are seeing now. Parents are now facing wait lists that have not gotten any better. Childcare centres are being forced to close their doors forever. The wealthy are getting access to $10 a day childcare spaces. The Liberal childcare plan had no means testing and, in fact, doesn't even tie to whether the parent who is looking to access the $10 a day childcare even works or wants to work. Let us look at the numbers. A Fraser Institute report published just this month showed 77% of high-income parents access childcare compared to 41% of low-income families. It should also be common sense that a high-income household doesn't need the government subsidy access at the same level to childcare as a single working mother. Accessible childcare should be available to all working women, but many people are questioning how these government programs are, whether they're good for working women and families who need access to affordable childcare. Despite the claims from the Liberals that their childcare plans would allow more women in our workforce, that same Fraser Institute study found that labor force participation for women in September 2023 has actually dropped when compared to September of 2015. This report also said, quote, "There is little evidence that the federal government is achieving the second goal of boosting the labor force participation of women with children," unquote. So, after 8 years of high taxes, high inflation, high interest rates, and more debt, we can add fewer women with children working into this Liberal NDP government's list of accomplishments. Young women have also suffered. The Liberals' most recent labour force survey, published in January of 2024, showed that over the last year, the unemployment of young women has cumulatively declined by 4.2%. Outside of the pandemic, that's the lowest it's been since the year 2000. Interestingly, under the last Liberal government. The young female entrepreneurs in the childcare sector itself have been left behind. These are operators who are often working extended hours and days when compared to the many large not-for-profit operators. Even if they are fully licensed from the provincial government, they operate in and follow all provincial regulations. The so-called feminist Liberals have not made them a priority to access the federal funding to bring down costs to the parents they serve. It's right in the Liberal legislation. We've quickly discovered that they are not a priority in the NDP Liberal government's childcare plan. What they envisioned was that they could build something for themselves, a childcare that could be flexible for nighttime or weekend workers, childcare that could be better available to rural working families, childcare that could cater exclusively to children with special needs. These are exactly the types of choices parents are asking for. Ottawa has a role in helping build out childcare in Canada, but it can not do that if it only looks to work against the headwinds of what the real demands are and local situations are of working families. The NDP Liberal agreements have been opposed to the kinds of childcare that often allow more flexibility, such as what women entrepreneurs provide. And they may provide different availability, attainability, to preferred government-run or not-for-profit centres. And if these operations do have challenges staying open, the numbers of childcare spaces will actually decline. Now, this is not the fault of any childcare worker or any organization in the childcare sector, whether it be private, public, or not-for-profit. It's the fault of a badly designed government program. I met recently with a well-run not-for-profit childcare centre in my community. This experienced operator was equally frustrated with the system. She talked about the bureaucracy that's been created, making it very difficult for both her organization and parents to wade through. The facts are that since the Liberal government started this childcare program, we have seen fewer children in childcare in Canada. According to Statistics Canada, the number of children under the age of 5 in childcare fell by 118,000 between 2019 and 2023, a decrease of 8.5% nationally. Statistics Canada also showed that 26% of parents of children under the age of 5 who were not using childcare reported that their child was on a wait list. That's 7% higher than it was in 2022. 47% of infants younger than 1 year not in childcare were on a wait list, an increase of 38% compared to early 2022. The Coalition of Childcare Advocates of British Columbia said that there were 130,000 licensed childcare spaces in the province. 75% of children aged 0 to 12 aren't able to access them. A common-sense Conservative government will bring common sense back to the childcare policy. Only Conservatives will fight for equal access to childcare and choice for parents. We support all forms of childcare, and this is something that we tried to put in with amendments at the committee stage during this legislation, such as whether it be traditional daycare centers, centers with extended part-time or overnight care, nurseries, flexible and drop-in care, before and after school care, preschools and co-op childcare, faith-based care, unique programming to support children with disabilities, home-based childcare, nannies and shared nannies, au pairs, stay-at-home parents or guardians who raise their own children, family members, friends, or neighbors who provide care. This NDP Liberal government has only brought cost, crime, and crisis to families. After 8 years of this Liberal Prime Minister, housing prices have doubled. Food bank usage is at its highest. Violent crime is up 32%, and inflation is creating financial anxiety. 22 people a day are dying from the opioid crisis, and our healthcare system is in the shambles. On top of this, in BC, with the federal Liberals supporting BC drug policies, people taking their children to parks have to deal with open drug use. I talked to a childcare provider recently who told me they walk their kids to a local park, often to play, and though they scan the park before the children play, they're often terrified that they may have missed something because they often find drug paraphernalia. I do have quite a number of articles over the last month. I will just reference a couple because I know that I'm running out of time. First of all, Castanet. A provider says Kelowna childcare crisis being amplified, not helped by government fee program. We've got here Edmonton daycares closed due to protests. We've got childcare costs are dropping across Canada, but some families are still waiting years for spaces. And it goes on and on. This is just these are headlines over the last month. Conservatives will honour the existing provincial childcare agreements. However, we will work towards fixing what the government has broken so that parents will have the choice and flexibility that this NDP Liberal Costly Coalition has not allowed. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
Questions et commentaires.
Questions and comments? The Honourable Member for Drummond. Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I thank my Conservative colleague for her speech. There's a lot of difference from one speech to the next in the Conservative Party. We heard Father Knows Best speech just before about women at home and dad out at work, but there are all sorts of arguments being made. But I don't think we should judge people's choices. That said, Mr. Speaker, the daycare and early childcare program in Quebec has been very successful. It has allowed many women, especially single mothers, to reach their career goals and to join the workforce, and that's a choice that we need to respect. We also need to consider the possibility of giving that option to all women and to all parents outside Quebec, because Quebec's parents are certainly benefiting from it. So would my colleague agree that, yes, it can be a valid choice to stay home and look after the children, but we also need to give everyone the option to have two parents who go to work and to have children going to daycare centres and being cared for by professionals who do an excellent job. The Honourable Member for Kelowna Lake Country.
Thank the member for his question. Well, certainly, I mean, it's all about what's best for families. Every family will be different, whatever their choice is going to be, whatever their situation is. With respect to Quebec, I know that there has been a lot of references of that being the model, and there are certain ways that, in fact, Quebec has different systems than other provinces. But I do recall at the committee time when we were hearing a lot of testimony that in fact there still are a lot of children that are on wait lists even in Quebec. So therefore, we need to work towards having the maximum amount of availability and flexibility, both within the childcare system but also for families. Thank you.
Questions et commentaires, l'honorable.
Questions and comments? The Honourable Parliamentary Secretary.
And I thank my honourable colleague for her work on this file, and I have a couple of questions regarding the contradiction that I've seen coming from the other side on the topic of childcare. They'll acknowledge, the Conservatives will acknowledge a worker shortage, they'll acknowledge the need for choice, and they will skip over or gloss over or perhaps just not acknowledge the fact that this program is directly responsible for a couple of things, filling the gap for a lot of sectors that were looking for workers. And it's also led to the highest ever female participation in the economy, which is something worth celebrating, Mr. Speaker, because it's all about choice for families and it's all about affordability for families. So will the member opposite not acknowledge that our changes to Canada Child Benefit have benefited families greatly from an affordability perspective, and that this early learning and childcare program right across the country, which was negotiated with each province for those individual differences, has led to great affordability changes for families right across this country?
L'honorable député de Kelowna.
The Honourable Member for Kelowna Lake Country.
Mr. Speaker, and through you, thank the member for his question. Well, first of all, what he's referencing is not factually correct. Statistics Canada actually shows that female participation is down. So I'm not sure what old stats he might be looking at. So that's the first thing. And what we've seen, I mean, you just have to look at the headlines over the last month that the childcare system is in a crisis, and the policies that this government has put together have not made a substantial difference. In many ways, when you look at the numbers, they're actually worse. I'll also note, I just find it incredibly interesting that the spokesperson that the government has speaking on this very important childcare bill today, which basically, affects families and especially women in the workforce, is someone who doesn't have children himself. So it's very interesting.
We have the time for a brief 30-second question. The Honourable Member for Nunavut.
And I'd like to thank the member for her intervention. From what I understood, she was saying is that the bill discriminates against a certain type of care. And I wonder if she can point to where in the bill that she's talking about this discrimination, because what I understand is that it states that there needs to be a prioritization for public and not for private child care, and that it doesn't prevent any other care from being addressed in this bill.
The Honourable Member for Kelowna Lake Country, 35 seconds.
And through you for the question. There are a lot of regions in the country, especially in rural areas, that may not have government-run or large not-for-profits, and in fact, a lot of care providers are smaller, entrepreneurial type situations. They focus on cultural needs, and so there's a huge gap that this doesn't address. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
Reprise du débat.
Resuming debate, the Honourable Member for Sturgeon River Parkland.
Speaker, I'm proud to rise again and speak on this bill C-35. I want to start by addressing some of the amendments that were put forward by the other place. In the initial part of this bill, there was no reference to official language minority communities, and it was actually conservative amendments made during the clause-by-clause phase review at the HUMA Committee that introduced these safeguards for our very important minority language communities. We know that early childcare is a crucial period for language learning and the identity development of children. And access to French language early childhood care services is so necessary as a condition for the transmission of languages that have been transmitted by families over generations. Now, several examples demonstrate the necessity of including these provisions in the bill. In Alberta, out of the so-called 1,500 new daycare spaces that were announced by the government, only 19 were being allocated for francophones, and that constitutes only 0.013% of all spaces, despite francophones representing 2% of the population of Alberta. The importance of protecting these communities and their part in Canadian heritage who helped build this nation, whether they be francophones in Alberta or anglophones in Quebec. I want to talk about the great Francophone heritage of my community. We had a gentleman, Ben Van de Waal, who's the son of the late great Member of Parliament from my area, Walter Van de Waal, who represented the great Francophone communities of Morinville, Rivière-Cabar, and Legal. We have a very strong Francophone identity in Sturgeon River Parkland, and these conservative amendments put forward will go a long way to preserving our French language heritage in our region. Now that I've addressed these amendments, I want to talk about what I see as the unraveling disaster that we're seeing because of this Liberal government's failed approach to childcare. The proposed legislation and the current agreements made by the government with the provinces are failing to provide universal access to affordable childcare and will cost far more than the government has estimated. Small businesses are the backbone of our society, and the predominantly female entrepreneurs who are courageously trying to build a business and build their livelihoods through providing childcare are under attack by this Liberal government. The excessive red tape and regulation of this Liberal government is preventing daycare entrepreneurs from opening new spaces and expanding their businesses. They can't get the funding because the government won't fund new spaces. And this is making childcare less accessible. And it's all because of this Liberal government imposing a one-size-fits-all model on a very complex sector of our economy. In the words of some childcare operators, this Liberal government is essentially expropriating and nationalizing their businesses. In the words of one operator from Fort McMurray, basically, I will have no business under this Liberal plan. Now, one of the government's tired talking points is their insistence that they have evidence-based policies. Now, a more appropriate term would be evidence that is selective, that corresponds with their ideological agenda. Let's go over some of the facts. As of the stats published on the 6th of February, just a short time ago, 77% of low-income parents have access, 77% of high-income parents have access to childcare. And this compares to only 41% of low-income parents who have access to childcare. It's a yawning gap. And I find it somewhat comedic that a Bloc MP earlier was talking about how great this program is for single mothers. Well, the University of British Columbia actually did a study in that province where they contacted all the childcare centers to find out how many single mothers, how many low-income single mothers were benefiting from this program. You know how many they found across the entire province of British Columbia who were benefiting? 17. 17 single mothers were all that were benefiting in the province of British Columbia from these Liberals' failed daycare policy. Now, since 2019, the number of children under the age of 5 in childcare has fallen under this government by 118,000 spaces. This is a decrease of 8.5% nationally. Now, 46.4% of parents reported difficulty in finding childcare in 2023. Which is up from 36.4% of parents in 2019. This is a problem that existed before this government's policy, but it's a problem that's only getting worse under this government's failed policy. In fact, I personally know people who can only get one of their 2 children in childcare, and they have to stay at home to take care of the other children. These people are nurses and they're other skilled workers who can't pursue their career because this government has made it more difficult for them to access any childcare. It doesn't matter if it says it's affordable. If I could get 50-cent gas at the gas station, that'd be great, but if there was never any gas at the gas station, it wouldn't matter how affordable the price was. Now, why is childcare so expensive? Well, we know that the key costs for childcare, according to the operators, in order of magnitude, are labor costs, the cost of the facilities, and the cost of food and other supplies. Childcare is a labor-intensive operation, and the cost to create a space that is appropriate for children and the accompanying mortgage rental costs, insurance costs, and maintenance costs are extremely significant. And finally, the cost of food and other supplies has increased dramatically under this inflationary government. Now, what is a factor in all 3 of these costs, you might ask? Well, it's high inflation, Mr. Speaker. High inflation has increased the cost of labor, it's increased the cost of rentals, it's increased the cost of mortgage insurance, and it's increased the cost of food at the local grocery store. The price of food has gone up by 12%, and childcare operators are not immune from these costs. They don't get some special discount at the store because they're childhood care operators. And the fact is that this government, through its inflationary policies, are driving up the cost to care for children in Canada. And at the same time that they're driving up all of these costs, they're shortchanging childcare operators by only giving them a 3% annual increase in their funding. They cannot support children when food prices are going up 12%, when wage costs are going up When mortgage costs are doubling and tripling and rental costs are tripling, they cannot support these children with only a 3% increase from this government. This government is expecting these predominantly female business owners to eat these costs, and consequently, it's causing them to shut down their business, to reduce spaces, and restrict access to childcare for Canadians. In the childcare sector in Alberta, we're already seeing the consequences of this inflationary agenda. Last month, parents in my ridings were unable to get childcare because of closures in protest to these Liberal policies. And operators have described these agreements as underfunded, inflexible, and that they threaten the financial viability of operators by placing fee caps and other restrictions on facilities that are struggling with these increased costs. The owner of My Happy Place Daycare in Stony Plain said, quote, "Right now we are stuck between a rock and a hard place. Just being closed for the day has a huge impact. Imagine what would happen if daycare centers across the province started closing their doors because they're going bankrupt. And I fear that because of these Liberals' ideological approach to childcare, that is a future that we're seeing coming very quickly." Now, the proposed solution for inflation by proponents of even more government intervention in early childcare is no surprise, more inflationary spending. This government has tried to raise the wages of childcare workers, but this is putting us into a wage spiral because other groups who are competing for childcare workers, such as school boards, are also raising their wages in order to compete for these workers. In one case, I spoke to a mother who worked in childcare previously before this government's policies were in place. She worked in it because she received a significant discount to provide her own childcare at that facility. Once this government brought in its policies, her daycare operator got rid of the discount. It wasn't necessary anymore, and so she lost her incentive to work in childcare. She's left that sector. Now there's one less childcare worker in that sector. I've spoken with childcare operators who've had to pay increased rents and mortgages on their facility, and everyone knows that these mortgages and rental rates are skyrocketing after 8 years of this NDP Liberal government, particularly in the last year. And under agreements that this government signed, childcare operators are limited in the costs that they can bill the government towards their rent and mortgages. And since they are mandated to only charge families a fixed price, there is no way these operators can make up the difference other than by reducing other costs. And what are these costs that you might ask? Food, crafts. We really want to talk about reducing the quality of the food and the quality of the programming for our children just so these daycare operators can make up the costs of skyrocketing mortgages and rents because this government won't support them? You know, what's actually now happening is that they're just choosing to shut down instead. They don't want to provide subpar care for their children under these Liberals' policies, so they're just shutting down altogether. It's terrible to see. The laws of supply and demand mean that the government must either restrict the capacity of daycares or dramatically increase the funding beyond what they've already promised. Now, the first option is unfair. We cannot prevent people from accessing childcare. And yet, what we're seeing is that it's predominantly middle and high income families who are getting access and low income families who are being left out. This is backed up by research from the Parliamentary Budget Office, which reported that the Liberals' plan is not sufficient to meet the demand for childcare. In fact, it will fall short in providing spaces for 182,000 children. Now, I said earlier we've lost 118,000 spaces since 2019, so this government is well on their way to meeting at least one of their goals, which is the reduction of childcare spaces. They've reduced it by 118,000, and the Parliamentary Budget Officer says it's going to go to 182,000 under these Liberals' policies. And that is what we're already seeing in Alberta. Operators are struggling to stay open, they're closing down, they're reducing spaces, and it's lowering accessibility for families. Now, Mr. Speaker, how much time do I have left? Well, thank you, Mr. Speaker. We cannot continue going down this road. We need a new way to move forward. We need to support all child care operators, regardless of the model that they choose. We need to provide not only affordability for families, but accessibility for families, and we're not getting it under this failed NDP Liberal policies. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
Questions et commentaires, l'honorable leader.
Questions and comments. The Honourable Government House Leader.
Prices. I'm curious how surprised he was when he found out that a paid lobbyist regularly attends his caucus meetings in order to provide strategy to the leader of the opposition, somebody who is directly profiting off of the crisis that people are faced with, the inflation as it relates to groceries. Now, if he would rather not answer that question, then I would just encourage him to pivot to something else.
The Honourable Member for Sturgeon.
Well, I'm not afraid to answer that question, Mr. Speaker, because after 8 years of this Liberal NDP government, I'm surprised that Loblaws even needs lobbyists, considering how much this government's given them. Free refrigerators paid for by taxpayers, Madam Speaker. Skyrocketing increases to grocery prices, Madam Speaker, Mr. Speaker. This government has been in the pocket of big grocery stores, and as I said in my speech, it's the children who are suffering. The child care operators cannot afford to provide quality food for our children under these Liberals' failed policies. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
I would ask my colleagues to not heckle too much. Questions and comments? The Honourable Member for Laurentides-Labelle. Thank you very much, Mr. Speaker. My question is simple. If I understand correctly, will the Conservatives vote against this legislation, considering that a program like this one is not perfect, but will they not enshrine what's been happening in the past 25 years in Quebec, which also will be good for them?
Well, thank you, Mr. Speaker. I want to thank my honourable colleague for their question. And let me be clear, Conservatives are not against the principle of affordable and accessible childcare for children. There's no issue with that. The question is, how do we provide affordable and accessible childcare? There needs to be a balance. And clearly, under this government's policy of so-called $10 a day childcare that nobody can access, particularly not low-income families, accessibility has become a real problem that they're not dealing with. And we know from the province of Quebec that there are hundreds of thousands of children who aren't able to access subsidized childcare. It's a real problem in the province of Quebec. It's a problem across the country, and we need to deal with this accessibility problem because without accessibility, affordability doesn't matter. Thank you.
Questions and comments. The Honourable Member for Yorkton Melville.
Mr. Speaker, my colleague talked to the issues that are still around this daycare program from the perspective of the people who are trying to use it. I know that in my riding, we have one community as an example, rural, with a lot of people who work shift work, and there are 3 businesses there run by women who do not have the opportunity to get the provisions that other organizations do. Can he explain possibly to this House why it is that this Liberal government is against daycares where women have the opportunity not only to care for children, which we are innately good at overall, but also to run a very profitable and successful business doing that?
The Honourable Member.
I want to thank my honourable colleague for that question. And dealing with the challenges in rural communities and raising children in rural communities is very important. I think it's been left out by this government. And I want to be clear, it's predominantly small and medium-sized enterprises that are suffering under these Liberals' daycare policies. But the big box daycares, the Starbucks of daycares, are not suffering. In fact, they are actually benefiting because when the small and medium-sized players are going bankrupt under these government policies, it's the bigger businesses with the deeper pockets that are able to make the biggest gains. And what we see is that in rural communities, these big box daycares don't want to set up. And so we're not only seeing an accessibility problem in the cities where people can't access, but we're just seeing a complete childcare desert in our rural areas, and that's clearly not acceptable in a country that values its rural regions. Thank you.
We have time for one question, 20 seconds. The Honourable Member for Milton.
Monsieur, merci.
Thank you very much.
Arguments from our Conservative counterparts always talking about the state of women-owned businesses, and yet what they seem to fail to recognize is the sector of the care economy also depends on many female workers, and yet this member of the Conservative Party talked about a wage spiral as though inflating the wages, increasing the wages of workers is somehow a bad thing. So is it his contention here? Is it his economic theory that this sector depends on the exploitation of women workers in order to provide affordable childcare?
The Honourable Member. 15 seconds.
And, I appreciate the member and his question, and I think some of his outrage is somewhat misplaced. I'm not against people getting the best possible wage that they can negotiate to do the job that they want to do. But we have to recognize that we are in an economy where there is high demand for care workers. We have demand for early childhood educators in the school sector and in the daycare sector. And when wages go up in one sector, they need to go up in the other sector. And what we're doing is creating a spiral, but we're not addressing the supply.
I'd like to thank the honourable member. His time is up. Resuming debate. Point of order, the Honourable Parliamentary Secretary. Thank you very much, Mr. Speaker.
From Kelowna Lake Country's suggestion that since I don't have children, I'm a bad advocate or spokesperson for early learning and childcare. I would like to ask for unanimous consent to table evidence of Canada's record labour force participation rate for women.
I'd like to thank the Honourable Parliamentary Secretary. I heard a lot of nays to that request for consent. So, resuming debate, the honourable member for Northumberland, Peterborough.
Thank you. At the outset, Mr. Speaker, just because we're getting to the end of the day, would you be kind enough to tell me how much time I have left till
You have roughly 11-12 minutes.
We're speaking and we're rising today to talk to amendments of Bill C-35. And let me tell you, I value, as I would say, every member, all 338 of us, value childcare and the tremendous work that moms and dads and grandparents and other individuals that love and take care of their children from coast to coast to coast. So before I even commence my speech, I'd just like to say a big thank you out there to all the parents, to all those child care providers from coast to coast, whether they're doing it, whether they're a grandma at the end of the street or they're a dad staying at home to make sure that their kid gets the love they want, or they're at a licensed child care center and they're working an extra half an hour or 45 minutes to wait and for parents who are held up at work or however. And so a big thank you at the beginning of my speech to all child care workers. And really, there is no more critical work than helping our children develop and become that next great generation. So I want to talk a little bit about statistics because they were mentioned earlier in the debate, Madam Speaker. So when it comes to child care, it says that the current stats are from the Fraser Institute, their report published on February 6, 2024, that 77% of high-income parents report they have access to child care, whereas 41% of low-income I value, as I would say, every member, all 338 of us, value child care and the tremendous work that moms and dads and grandparents and other individuals that love and take care of their children from coast to coast to coast. So before I even commence my speech, I'd just like to say a big thank you out there to all the parents, to all those child care providers from coast to coast, whether they're doing it, whether they're a grandma at the end of the street or they're a dad staying at home to make sure that their kid gets the love they want, or they're at a licensed child care center and they're working an extra half an hour or 45 minutes to wait and for parents who are held up at work or however. And so a big thank you at the beginning of my speech to all child care workers. And really, there is no more critical work than helping our children develop and become that next great generation. So I want to talk a little bit about statistics because they were mentioned earlier in the debate, Madam Speaker. So when it comes to child care, it says that the current stats are from the Fraser Institute, their report published on February 6, 2024, that 77% of high-income parents report they have access to child care, whereas 41% of low-income families have access to child care. It really strikes me that this legislation does not have any particular dedication or support to those who are most vulnerable, to those children who are not only fighting the challenges that all children fighting, whether it be being bullied or the challenges of growing up, they're also fighting poverty. And this legislation has no care or support for those children that are having to brave those incredibly difficult challenges that poverty brings with it. So while we're giving 77% of high-income parents access to childcare, we are only giving 41%, which is of course less than half of those children who are fighting through all the additional struggles in addition to the challenges of poverty. It was also mentioned before about the labor participation of women, and so according to the same report from September 2023, it was at 61.5%. Compare that to 2015 underneath Prime Minister Harper and the Conservatives, it was at 61.7%. So the participation of women in the labor market has declined. That's the numbers, that's the stats on that. So hopefully that ends the debate right there. This is the lowest it's been as, this is a low, and on top of that, according to the study, to another Fraser Institute study published on February 6, 2024, employment rate of female youth is on a strong downward trend since February 2023. The cumulative decline of 4.2% over the period, that's a huge number. That's hundreds and thousands of young women who are not getting into the labor force. This is the lowest it's been since May 2000, excluding the pandemic, according to the Labor Force Survey, January 2024. So many of this program is, of course, predicated on the fact that it will enable parents, and men and women, but it is, if we call a spade, it's predominantly women, to allow women to get back into the workforce if they so choose. And that, just the numbers just don't bear that out. Some more numbers for you. 47% of infants younger than 1 year and are not in childcare were on a wait list, increasing from 38% in 2022. So we've had, yeah.
The Honourable Parliamentary Secretary.
Thank you very much, Madam Speaker. I just asked to table record labour force participation rate, and I was denied by the Conservatives. So I'd ask that if the member opposite...
This is a point of debate and not a point of order.
Hey, she made a ruling.
So there was already, the honourable member already attempted to table the documents. It was already indicated that there was no unanimous consent. I would suggest the honourable member, the honourable parliamentary secretary, visit all of the parties in the House to try and obtain unanimous consent before he comes back to attempt to table the documents. The honourable member for Peterborough South, Northumberland, Peterborough South.
That's great. Thank you, Madam Speaker. And I would say the Liberals have actually foregone or given up speaking times on this debate. And if the member wants to jump in, he should talk to his whip. And last but not least, Sharon Gregerson of the Coalition of Childcare Advocates in BC says that while there were 130,000 licensed childcare spaces in the province, 75% of children aged 0 to 12 are unable to access them. It does not matter how inexpensive childcare is if parents cannot access it. It is a fantasy. And I've seen it right here, right in my riding of Northumberland, Peterborough South, where I've had numerous parents come to our office, call our office, and say, Mr. Lawrence, I said my name, I just can't say that. The member from Northumberland, Peterborough South, my apologies, I withdraw. I can, okay, thank you for the clarification. Okay, perfect, it's great. Well, Mr. Lawrence, we heard through the media that there would be $10 a day daycare, and I have to report to them that unfortunately there's a very limited number of spots, and most Canadians cannot access it. And so that's it from the parents' perspective. From the child care providers, let's hear what they've had to say. So this is from a report in the Global News 2 weeks ago, and I'll just read it out here. A number of Alberta child care facilities have had to shut their doors on Tuesday, protesting what they say are problems with the $10 a day care program. The Association of Alberta Child Care Entrepreneurs said that the job action is meant to draw attention to issues that come with offering parents low-cost childcare without ensuring the cost of recovery, the cost of delivery is covered. It's been underfunded from the beginning, said Crystal Churcher, the chair of the Association of Alberta Childcare Entrepreneurs. There is not enough funding to ensure the level quality is going to be continuing at a high level in this province. You can't even buy a coffee and a muffin for $10 a day. We are walking out in protest. Mr. Speaker, we see all the time grandstanding from the government, big spending announcements, big plans, big announcements. And although admittedly just tangentially related, I recently had the opportunity to ask the housing minister about his housing accelerator program in Finance Committee. And I asked him a very simple question, or what I thought was a very straightforward, easy question for him to answer. How many houses has the housing accelerator built? I asked him this 2 or 3 times, didn't get an answer, until finally the minister admitted, well, the housing accelerator isn't there to build houses. That's pretty much a word-for-word quote. The housing accelerator is great at building bureaucracy. This government is great at doing photo ops, but they're not delivering childcare for Canadians, and they're not delivering housing for Canadians. But I could go on, but I would like to just talk a little bit about the substance of the amendment here, which is an amendment, the amendment to Bill C-35. My apologies. The original terms made no reference to the official language minority communities. A very important group, of course. We need to protect. We need to protect our official languages. We need to make sure that French continues to grow. That's why I attend my French classes every day, because I believe it's absolutely critical that we all take this seriously and help grow the beautiful language of French. The Senate proposed an amendment to the bill to include a reference to OLMCs in Section 8 to eliminate any ambiguity before the courts. I'll remind the House that Section 8 reads, "The Government of Canada commits to maintaining long-term funding for early learning childcare programs and services, including early learning and childcare programs and services for Indigenous peoples. The funding must be provided primarily through agreements with provincial governments, Indigenous government bodies, and other Indigenous entities that represent the interests of Indigenous groups and its members." Bill C-35 unanimously passed through the House last year, and that's when it made it to the Senate, Senator Cormier, an Acadian who stood up for Francophones in the past and continues to do so, wanted to add the words official language minority communities to the first sentence of the clause, including early learning and child care programs and services for Indigenous peoples. And he divides the clause 8 into 2 paragraphs. The first paragraph sets out the government's financial commitment. The second paragraph outlines the mechanisms that federal government will use to provide the funding. Adding the words official language minority communities after the word including does not detract from any rights of any other minority or of Indigenous peoples, but seeks to eliminate any ambiguity before the courts. Madam Speaker, about how much time do I have there?
Just a little over 30 seconds left.
Perfect.
Sorry to interrupt you.
Okay, thank you. Madam Speaker, early childhood development is incredibly critical for kids, and as I started my speech here today, and we've heard many speakers talk eloquently about it, we owe it as a government to put children first, to make sure that we put out solutions and we put out programs, and that we don't limit and we don't impair the ability of parents to raise their children. And so I look forward to continue to have dialogue and discussion on this topic and to celebrate.
I'm sorry, I do have to apologize for interrupting. The honourable member will have 9 minutes the next time that this matter is before the House. It being 1:30, the House will now proceed to the consideration of private members' business as listed on today's order paper. Orders of the day, ordre du jour.
At third reading of Bill C-21, an act to amend the Criminal Code, assaults against persons who provide health services and first responders, standing in the name of Mr. Doherty.
Mr. Doherty, seconded by Mr. Majumdar, moves that Bill C-321 enact to amend the Criminal Code, assault against persons who provide health services and first responders, be now read a third time and do pass. Debate. The honourable member Caribou Prince George.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. It's a great honor to rise again, once again, in this chamber to speak again to a bill that is near and dear to my heart. Madam Speaker, I rise today to speak on behalf of the hundreds of thousands of brave men and women who are our hometown heroes. They are our nurses, our healthcare workers, our firefighters, our paramedics, our first responders, our correctional officers. Bill C-321, an act to amend the Criminal Code, assaults against persons who provide health services, healthcare services, and first responders. This bill would amend the Criminal Code to add Section 269.02, which would make an offense against a healthcare provider or a first responder an aggravating factor upon sentencing. Our healthcare providers and first responders need to be assured that if they are attacked, assaulted, or harassed while on the job, that there is a strong legal mechanism in place to deliver them justice. As it stands today, Madam Speaker, that protection simply does not exist. C-321 will serve three main purposes. It will be a powerful deterrent to those who seek to commit violence against our frontline heroes. It will signal to frontline workers that we value them, we're looking out for them, and the justice system will protect them. And three, it will help throw weight behind a national conversation that needs to be had to start making these workplaces safer. To put it more simply, Madam Speaker, Bill C-321 is simply about protecting those who protect us. The importance of this legislation cannot be overstated. Our healthcare providers and our first responders truly are Canadian heroes. They put their lives and their personal safety on the line each and every day. How many people could say the same? How far we have fallen when it's okay to hunt and target firefighters who are just trying to save lives, to hunt and target nurses and paramedics who are simply trying to provide care to the sick and wounded. These are our frontline heroes, and the reality is they have to deal with these traumatic occurrences each and every day. Firefighters, police officers, correctional officers, nurses, and doctors, they put on their uniform each and every day to serve us and our families. And they do so knowing and expecting that they're going to face violence and harassment. Madam Speaker, they heal our wounds. They run into burning buildings. They run towards danger when others run away. They dedicate their lives to protecting us and those we love, our neighbors, our friends, our families. But who protects them? Right now, no one. Everyone deserves a workplace free from violence and abuse. When you start a career in healthcare or as a first responder, you do so to serve your communities and to make a difference. Nowhere in the job description does it say that you should be signing on to a life of violence, abuse, and harassment. When did violence in workplace ever become the norm? Madam Speaker, we cannot tolerate this any longer. We have to act. So many of our brave men and women, nurses and paramedics, firefighters and correctional officers have shared their personal stories with me, and I'm sure they've done the same with many of our colleagues as well. You can't turn on the TV or scroll through social media without seeing yet another story of a violent attack on a paramedic or a nurse. Madam Speaker, recently I visited a medical facility and I witnessed the aftermath of a bloody assault on a nurse. It was horrible to see this young nurse absolutely battered. All they were trying to do was take the temperature of a patient. When I spoke with their supervisor, that particular nurse, it was the second incidence of violence in a month. It's crazy how far we have fallen, that our paramedics have to put on bulletproof vests just to start their shifts and to make it through a shift. When you hear these stories, you don't know how to respond. It's difficult to imagine the things they go through. It's hard to hear. What I do know is that we need to act. We need to do everything in our power to make a difference in these heroes' lives. Whether they are a nurse, a personal care worker, a paramedic, a firefighter, a correctional officer, psychiatric nurse who is simply performing their duties, they're all facing increasing rates of violence on a daily basis. We need them to know that they're cherished and that someone is looking out for them. We need them to know that there is somebody that is fighting for them. We as parliamentarians can be their champions. We have the sole constitutional power to create law, and we must use that power to demonstrate to the world that in Canada, violence perpetuated against healthcare providers and first responders is unacceptable, and we will not stand for it. On the contrary, we'll stand firmly against it. To anyone watching or listening right now, I urge you to go look back at the witness testimony from when C-321 was at the Justice Committee. Madam Speaker, some of the stories these brave paramedics and nurses, firefighters have shared with us were absolutely horrific. I'd like to highlight some of the testimony for my colleagues here and now. From Dr. Elizabeth Donnelly, Associate Professor at the University of Windsor, a member of the Violence and Paramedicine Research Groups, she said this: "Violence against paramedics is widely underreported, primarily due to a culture of underreporting and the idea that tolerating violence has become an expected professional competency. Violence reporting has been slowly increasing, and while it's still underreported, our research has found that paramedics are reporting violence every 18 hours. They're assaulted every 46 hours and experience violence that results in physical harm every 9 days, Madam Speaker." From Linda Silas, President of the Canadian Federation of Nurses Union, she said this: "The facts are shocking. In 2023, a pan-Canadian survey of nurses was done. 2/3 reported incidents of physical assaults over the past year, and 40% of those nurses reported physical abuse more than once a month while engaged in their duties. Exposure to violence predicts negative mental health outcomes, including PTSD. 78.5% of nurses report symptoms of burnout. Similar data is seen with our public safety personnel." From Danette Thompson of the BC Nurses Union, "What about the nurse in rural BC who just last January entered a patient's room and was attacked? Can you imagine being held over a chair, receiving punch after punch with handfuls of your hair being pulled out while frantically waiting for help to come from the RCMP?" From Paul Hills, President of the Saskatoon Paramedics Association and a member of the International Association of Firefighters, speaking on the daily experience of paramedics across Canada, he said this: "We normally start our 12-hour shift with a team briefing. We check our trucks, then it's go, go, go. We rarely have breaks. That means no breakfast, no lunch, no supper, as compared with the average worker. Not to mention all while experiencing some of the most horrific and heart-wrenching situations that exist in society, incidents that involve children being stabbed by their parents, or families tragically dying in a motor vehicle accident. Personally, I've had my life and those of my families threatened by gang members. I've had machetes and knives pulled on me. I've removed guns from patients while attending to their medical needs. In Toronto, just 2 weeks ago, a firefighter attempting to put out a fire in an encampment was attacked with a 6-foot piece of PVC piping and hit in the face for no reason whatsoever. In British Columbia, interactions with overdose patients have become violent and/or aggressive once we've rendered medical care to save their lives. In Winnipeg, a firefighter got stabbed in the back while attending to a patient on a sidewalk. Mr. Hills continued, "I could spend the rest of the hour sharing real-life events. My partner here could as well, of the violence acts or near misses. But the takeaway is that it's real and it's happening right now. If that's not enough evidence, Madam Speaker, I'm not sure what is. But the violence that our healthcare providers and first responders face on a daily basis has hidden consequences that go beyond physical risks. There's a growing body of research that shows that increased violence is correlated to higher rates of depression, anxiety, stress, suicidal ideation, and burnout. Critically, exposure to on-the-job violence has been strongly identified with the rising intent to leave the job. We live in a time where we need our healthcare providers and first responders more than ever. But our nurses, paramedics, firefighters, and more are looking to leave their jobs rather than continue suffering the abuse they experience. The violence and the abuse they constantly face leads to fear. It leads to fatigue and burnout, and it leads to serious morale and recruitment issues. Why wouldn't they want to leave? How are you going to recruit somebody with that type of job description? Under those conditions, why should we expect them to keep fighting day in and day out for us with no thanks, no appreciation, and if we can't fight for them? Madam Speaker, our frontline heroes need our support. They need recognition. They need our help. Bill C-321 is a necessary first step to work towards these goals. Many parties in the House, many parties have a role to play in addressing this crisis, and those actors, those parties need to step up to the plate. Talk is cheap. As parliamentarians, we are limited in offering solutions, but what we can do, we should do. And we can do our part by amending the Criminal Code and passing Bill C-321 into law now. I don't think it's a controversial debate, Madam Speaker. I think we all want to come together on this in a nonpartisan fashion and get things done for our healthcare providers and our first responders. We've already heard speeches and witness testimony that C-321 is complementary of the changes made in the earlier Bill C-3, and we know that C-321 came out of the 2019 HESA recommendations from the Report on Violence Against First Responders. And we know that the relevant stakeholder groups are overwhelmingly supportive of this legislation. If the status quo of an assault charge was sufficient deterrent, this debate would be irrelevant. But clearly, as so many witnesses have testified before the Justice Committee, there is nothing currently in the law that acts as a strong enough deterrent for increasing rates of violence experienced by healthcare providers and first responders. Madam Speaker, that is why the International Association of Firefighters has publicly and vocally supported the legislation, and they're far from the only ones. The Canadian Association of Fire Chiefs, the Paramedic Association of Canada, the Ambulance Paramedics of British Columbia, the Union of Canadian Correctional Officers, the Ontario Paramedic Association, the Paramedic Chiefs of Canada, the Manitoba Association of Fire Chiefs, the Saskatoon Paramedic Association, the British Columbia Nurses Union, and the Canadian Federation of Nurses all have thrown their considerable weight behind this bill. It's imperative that we listen to what these stakeholders are telling us. They are asking us for help, and they're asking us to work towards a solution together. There are countless regional and provincial, national and international organizations that have come on board, and we know, Madam Speaker, that the Canadian public is highly supportive of this initiative as well. As a report from Abacus data conducted in November showed that 83% of Canadians support making assault against healthcare providers and first responders a more serious offence in the criminal code. We must take this first step towards showing our frontline heroes that we hear them and we're here for them, that we value them immensely and we will always have their backs, that we appreciate them and we will fight to protect them. Now, Speaker, that is our duty. Our healthcare providers and our first responders need to know that Parliament, this House of elected officials, and more importantly, the justice system has their backs and won't let them slip through the cracks any longer. Thank you.
Questions and comments. The Honourable Parliamentary Secretary to the Minister of Indigenous Services.
Thank you, Madam Speaker, and I thank the member for that very passionate speech. I think this is an important bill. I think it's a very timely bill. Just some of the statistics and anecdotes that were shared are just, heart-wrenching, and we certainly want to support our frontline workers at every opportunity. I just want to remember that the member mentioned that this is an important first step. And I think, as a deterrent in our criminal code, it's certainly important. How do we make sure that Canadians across the country are aware of this change, that they know that it's there, again, to protect those nurses and doctors and firefighters that you speak of, that they know that it's, again, something that's going to have that extra penalty so that deterrent really, does the impact that we want it to? Thank you. Or has the impact.
Member for Caribou Prince George.
That's a great question, Madam Speaker, and I think just the strength alone of all the associations that have come on board will help carry that message once this bill passes. But let's not look too far past even today. We still know that this bill, if passed here in this House, has to go to the other chamber. We need this bill to pass as soon as possible. The next critical step is to ensure that we get swift passage at the Senate. Royal assent, and only then when this bill becomes law can we then start saying that we're protecting those who protect us, and I think then we start working on the messaging. Thank you.
The honourable member for Hamilton Centre.
Thank you very much, Madam Speaker. It's clear, New Democrats always support the notion that all workers should be safe, and the member from the Conservative Caucus has gone on at length about this bill. I don't feel the need to recapitulate his arguments. I'm not clear that this will necessarily be a deterrent, but nevertheless, here we are. We do have to make sure that our first responders are adequately protected. I would say this, though. I believe all workers deserve to be protected, and this House visited C-46 back in 2015, and it was particular to transit operators. So I'm wondering if the honourable member would agree that there needs to be a revisiting of that piece of legislation to include all transit workers, to provide the same consideration for safety in the workplace for our frontline workers, not just our first responders.
The honourable member for Caribou Prince George.
Well, it's interesting that our honourable colleague brings up transit workers, protection of violence against them, whereas there is law and legislation in place that does already protect transit workers, whereas C-321 needs to be passed to protect those who protect us. Thank you.
Questions and comments? I just want to remind the honourable member, if he has other questions and comments, to wait to be recognized. The honourable member for Hamilton Centre. Questions and comments?
This opportunity to help the member understand my question. It's clear that he didn't. What I said was the legislation covered transit operators, and I wondered if he would take the same consideration to all transit workers, which would include the people who are cleaning up in stations, anybody who's around the system. And so this gives him an opportunity perhaps better understand my question and reflect on a more adequate answer.
I'm a member of Caribou Prince George.
I'm not familiar with C-46 or the bill that he's referring to, but I asked that if he wants to talk about that further on, perhaps that's a PMB bill, another PMB that he would like to put forward, and if he's willing to, I'll work with him on that as well.
Questions and comments? We have time for a brief question. The honourable member for Calgary Rocky Ridge.
Well, thank you, Madam Speaker, and the member's passion for the safety of first responders is a credit to him. We support his bill, and I know there's only a moment left, and I'd like to give him a moment to provide more emphasis, or if there was anything he didn't have time to get to in his speech.
The honourable member Caribou Prince George has just a little over a minute to respond.
Well, thank you, Madam Speaker. I thank my honourable colleague from Calgary Rocky Ridge. Madam Speaker, I don't think that we can say thank you enough to those who put their uniforms on every day, knowing full well that they're going to experience absolutely the worst of society. Madam Speaker, they put their uniforms on to serve you, your family, and they serve mine. And with the increasing rates of violence, they now have to be worried whether they're actually going to be able to return home to their families. Can you imagine the traumatic toll it takes on one, that you worry that you're going to be violently attacked over the course of your day, that you're just doing your duties, just doing the job that you want to do and serve your country. That's what they face each and every day, and I think it's horrible. We need to pass C-321.
Resuming debate, the Honourable Parliamentary Secretary to the Minister of Transport.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. And I first, Madam Speaker, want to thank the member from Caribou Prince George for bringing this forward. And Madam Speaker, I'm honored to speak to Bill C-321, an act to amend the Criminal Code, assaults against persons who provide health services and first responders, and to the amendments that were made by the Standing Committee on Justice and Human Rights. First, once again, I want to thank not only
I'm just going to interrupt this Liberal here for a minute to tell everybody that I will be ending the stream at 2 o'clock. The House of Commons does close down at 2:30, but I have some other engagement I have to get to, so I will be shutting down at 2 o'clock.
lives, Madam Speaker, on the line each and every day to keep Canadians and our communities safe. Madam Speaker, Bill C-321 seeks to address the increase in violence against those who provide health services and first responders. Bill C-321 was originally tabled proposing to do so much by enacting an aggravating factor that would apply to assaults against healthcare professionals as well as first responders as cases involving the uttering of threats to the same people. As a result of its deliberations, the committee concluded, Madam Speaker, that the scope of victims that would be protected by this bill needed to be expanded in recognition of the diversity within our healthcare service sector. Bill C-321 was amended to replace references to a healthcare professional or a first responder with a person who provides health services, including personal care services or a first responder. This change was made to the proposed aggravating factor as well as to the preamble and the title of the bill. This is the same language from Bill C-3, which our government passed in 2021. This change in language would ensure that all individuals involved in providing health services, from nurses and doctors to personal care workers, abortion providers, administrative staff, benefit from the same protection against assaults and the uttering of threats while in the performance of their duties. The committee's amendments also align with the changes brought about by our government's former Bill C-3, which received royal assent in 2021. These amendments, Madam Speaker, ensured that it is an aggravating factor that for any offense of assault or uttering threats that in fact are committed against a person who, in the performance of their duties and functions, was providing health services, including, once again, Madam Speaker, personal health care workers. Former Bill C-3 also enacted new offenses prohibiting, intimidating, and obstructing conduct directed to those providing or seeking health services. Bill C-321's proposed changes would expand criminal law measures to include first responders and reflects their denunciation of workplace violence in these critical sectors. They should never fear, Madam Speaker, for their own safety or feel intimidated as they are coming and going from work. Madam Speaker, these changes are about recognizing the diverse roles of these individuals that contribute to our safety in our healthcare systems and our recognition that they deserve to work in an environment free from the threat of violence. They should never be a target of death threats, whether in person or through social media, designed to intimidate and frighten them. We see that often, Madam Speaker, social media campaigns that are designed to intimidate and frighten them. Yet this is happening each and every day. The need for such comprehensive protection is based on the statistics and the stories emerging from various sources. For instance, the 2019 report by the House of Commons Standing Committee on Health revealed that in just 1 year, 61% of nurses experienced abuse, harassment, or assault. Firefighters and other first responders have also reported an increase in acts of violence during emergency responses. Behind these numbers are real people, Madam Speaker. Real people facing real threats, impacts, not only on their physical safety, but also on their mental health and job satisfaction. But may I add, Madam Speaker, also the impacts in their families and the people that are close to them, their neighborhoods, Madam Speaker. Bill C-321's proposed amendment to the Criminal Code signals to the courts that sentences should be increased to further denounce assaults committed against persons who provide health services or who are first responders. It also, Madam Speaker, acknowledges their invaluable service to society, which sometimes make them vulnerable to violence while carrying out their duties and their functions. Madam Speaker, additionally, this bill, with a broader scope, will provide a clear response to conduct that disproportionately impacts women, and particularly racialized women, by extending protection to all health service providers. Bill C-321 also supports the larger goals of promoting gender equality and safeguarding the rights of minority groups. The available information regarding violence against first responders, while not extensive, clearly indicates that women in these roles face a heightened risk of gender-specific violence, including instances of sexual harassment and assault. Our first responders and those in health services are working selflessly in the most trying circumstances to save lives and care for critically ill patients. Their commitment to public service often comes at a personal cost. And Madam Speaker, a cost that should not include violence. I know that the government remains steadfast in its commitment to addressing the serious issue of violence against health service providers and first responders. Supporting Bill C-321 as amended by the committee is a demonstration of our commitment to protect the well-being and dignity of those who serve our communities. I want to note, Madam Speaker, that it is Sexual and Reproductive Health Awareness Week, and it is important to note that this legislation, as with former Bill C-3, will protect abortion providers. We have, Madam Speaker, seen rises in attacks on abortion providers in various parts of the world, and we want to avoid that here in Canada. And I am happy to see this bill provide another level of protection to those providers here in this country. Violence affects more than just the physical well-being of first responders and healthcare workers. It also has a lasting consequence in their mental health. The challenges of the pandemic have intensified pre-existing problems, such as burnout and occupational stress injuries, which are often a result of traumatic experiences, including violence and abuse encountered in the workplace. These work conditions influence the decision of these crucial workers to remain in their jobs and remain, Madam Speaker, in serving our communities. This bill, in its amended form, is a part of a broader conversation about how we as society value and protect those who work in challenging and often dangerous environments. It challenges us to think about the kind of support and resources we provide to those, and we ensure that every worker in Canada can perform their duties without fear of violence or harm. Let us honor the work of these people who provide health services, including personal care services and first responders, with actions that match their dedication. We will continue to work to keep all Canadians safe, Madam Speaker, and I urge all members to support Bill C-321 to pass, ensuring that our first responders and our healthcare workers are protected, and this goes to the Senate for their approval. Thank you, Madam Speaker.
Reprise de débat.
Resuming debate, the Honourable Member for Manicouagan. Thank you, Madam Speaker. Madam Speaker, I am the daughter of a nurse. My father was a volunteer firefighter, and my young son would like to be a police officer. So this violence in these sectors, I've been personally aware of it throughout my life. So this bill, the bill...
All right, everybody. We'll see you later. I'm shutting the channel down. Have a wonderful weekend if I don't see you from now until Tuesday. Yeah. Have an awesome weekend.
A healthcare professional or a first responder. Now, the Bloc Québécois doesn't need to demonstrate its support. For us, it's very obvious that all